Right, evening all. Just log in a little bit quicker. Guys working. Right, evening. Yeah, seems to be okay. I've got to check that what microphone I'm on actually. I'll show device. Yeah, Blues. I'll send Dave a link in a minute. I'm just going to quickly nip to the bathroom and spend a penny. I should have done it just now actually, but I thought I want to check the audio first, make sure it's working. Hello, Jane. Right, Ian. I'll go on to Facebook. 7 minutes anyway, but says no internet connection. That's weird. Why is it saying no internet connection when I've got internet connection? I don't know. Alright, close that. Alright, so yeah, I've got like a broken tooth and it's really wobbly. I've been trying to pull the bloody tooth out all night long. It's still sitting there. I might have to take some Nurofen and start getting a bit painful. So we're going to talk about the Elisa Lam with Dave if he comes on. What is that? I keep getting like a dirt smudge on my hand. I don't know what it is. Anyway. No, I haven't read the book. It's too many pages, 300 pages. I wouldn't read the book in less than 5 days. Got all this brown stuff around. I don't know what the hell it is. First it was 1, and now it's like 5. Right, so what I want to talk about is about the Cecil Hotel itself. Talk about Elisa Lam, and also we may bring in the topic of which I can't find now. That Pablo guy. Where the hell is it? Oh, I've lost it. Oh, I had it up a minute ago, but no, it's disappeared. What was his name? Pablo Figueroa. Can't even pronounce his surname actually. Vergara. So I did say 9 o'clock. He said, okay, bear with him. I know Dave did say he knows a lot more about the Elisa Lam. He's been following it throughout the years. You know, I don't know too much about it apart from what we've done in the past. So for Gara, that's it. I'll send you the link through Facebook anyway. About him. The Cecil Hotel we'll start off with, about the hotel itself, the things that's gone on in the hotel, and what I think possibly been cover-ups, maybe, and a little bit about the Amy Price manageress of the thing. Then we can nip on up to the topic with Elisa Lam. Give out thoughts, opinions on what went on there. We can move on to topic discussion about him, maybe. I have got the Elisa Lam video of her being in what's the name. Can't get done for copyright because it's fair use on YouTube, and hundreds of thousands of people using it anyway. So I want to play that, and I have watched so many different versions of it, of like YouTube videos where people uploaded it. And I think that there is something wrong with that tape. So we'll probably play that later and get Dave's opinion on it, do my opinion. There's definitely something on that tape. Anyway, just waiting for Dave to come on. Actually, hold on. He might have already been on. No, he's not on at the moment. I didn't have my StreamYard screen open just then, so it could have been sitting there waiting for, I know, but he's not there at the moment. But just give it a few minutes. Not sure how long I'm on for, but here's Dave. Hello, Dave. Welcome. Thanks for coming.
Hello. Hello. Hola.
How's it going?
Not too bad. How are you?
I've got a wobbly tooth at the back, broken tooth, wobbly. I've been trying to pull it out all bloody day, and it still hasn't come out.
Oh dear.
I'm not going to do one of those things where they used to get the string and slam, put it on the old door and slam the damn thing. So no, I'll just
proper way you're doing it. That.
Well, this ain't going to be the way like Tom Hanks done in the movie, where he used the skating boot and knocked it out that way and knocked himself out. I think that's stupid. Right, so the Cecil Hotel.
Mm-hmm.
Built 1925, 26, I think it was.
Mm-hmm.
And since then, there has been up to over 100 deaths there.
Yeah, there's been a few deaths. It was starting to construction in the early 20s. Yeah, it was opened at the end of 1924.
No, 24.
Yeah.
Well, that's only 2 years out.
Yeah,
It was originally meant to be for the richer people, but they opened it up for people who had a little bit of money, as long as they were paying rent, apparently. What was that corner of the bloody? I did read, I did read a lot about it, but I can't bloody remember it. My bloody brain's gone blank over the last bloody 24 hours. Some of these people are, what's that called?
I don't know what you're referring to, Steve.
Around the side of the Cecil Hotel, you've got like where all the homeless people are. They called it.
Yeah, Skid Row. Skid Row.
Yeah,
Skid Row.
Many deaths around Skid Row area.
Absolutely.
Right around the side. So apparently it could have been a bit of land, dark energies maybe, which people are saying. But yeah, it was born 1924, like you say. Mainly built for, a lot of rich people, but it didn't really work out. I suppose it's down to the what's that word I'm trying to think of? What we've got here at the moment, with people not finding the work and getting the work and having the money. Recession.
Recession. Yeah,
they had a recession, so people didn't have the money to pay for the full rent, so they decided to have it as part of the building for rich people, part of the building for people who've only got X amount. They did apparently allow some homeless people in there, which I did read about, but then they got kicked out after a while.
Yeah.
It's gone through a couple of different renovations at the moment, and now apparently it's closed because someone has bought out the hotel and is actually going to renovate it into another hotel, a bigger, better hotel. And this time they're going to have a swimming pool up on the top where the water tanks are, which I think is a bit of a fucking stupid idea, because that's going to bring back memories of Elisa Lam in the water tank, I suppose, in one way. But the developers are going to be building up like a bar up there and a swimming pool up there, apparently, in the forthcoming future.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, do you think that's a good idea or a bad idea?
Do you mean building a swimming pool on the roof?
Yeah.
I think given what's been going on, like you say, it's undergone multiple renovations, and it's an actual corporation that's took over it. I'm not going to say the name of it on there, but there's a corporation that's took over it.
So
is that my own voice coming back at me there?
Yeah. All
right, okay. It was just a little bit distracting as I thought you were talking at the same time as me. But essentially, yeah. There's been a lot of work going on. They're pushing through more ideas. If you look at the properties around that area, all around South Main Street and other areas in that part of LA, a lot of because directly facing it, there's apartments and stuff like that directly facing the Stay on Main, because it's called the Stay on Main now. And a lot of them apartment blocks have got swimming pools on the top of their roofs. So they're trying to invest money in the area overall to try and bring it up a little bit and get a better class of clientele. Because of exactly like you say, something like Skid Row, which it's only a couple of streets away. It's just a couple of blocks away, Skid Row, from where the Cecil Hotel is on South Main. Is it a good idea? I think it's essential for the economy of the hotel and to help, the area and that. As far as spiritual activity goes, and we'll never know about that until the reports start to come in. Obviously, there isn't many people wandering about on top of the roof now to experience anything unless it's maintenance workers. So the likelihood that they're seeing anything or experiencing anything is very remote. But it's like you say, once there's a swimming pool up there and there's a bar up there and people are up there spending more time, will they start to experience some kind of, I don't know, paranormal phenomenon, I suppose you'd call it, wouldn't you?
Mm. Do you think the Cecil Hotel, just like some of the other buildings, are actually built on like some kind of like spiritual ground, with a lot of dark energies around it?
I think, obviously because you're dealing with the city of angels, aren't you, Los Angeles, and all you've got to do is go back I don't know, a couple of 100 years, and the indigenous population burial grounds, the likelihood that it isn't, or that downtown LA isn't on some kind of area where there's been burials in the past is remote. I mean, there is a burial site not too far from there, which I forget the name of now, which was Native American Indian. I can't remember the name of it. But obviously during the the conquest, and during the 1700s and the 1600s, 1700s, 1800s, I'm fairly sure there's been a lot going on there. But the Cecil Hotel itself isn't built on top of a graveyard as such, or any kind of burial ground.
Because I was thinking like, because like the Wild West, you had so many like Indian wars with the old cavalry, and like the normal like homeowners that went over there to like make a home in America. There's so many there, kind of thing. Possibly also like the battles between the two different armies, the grey coats and blue coats.
Oh, you're on about in the American Civil War?
I think that might have been in that area as well. I'm not sure.
Well, the vast majority of the American Civil War was fought on the eastern part of the United States, really, with the Army of the Potomac and the Army of Northern Virginia. So a lot of the battles were around, like, Alabama and Pennsylvania being obviously a big one because of Gettysburg and things like that. But most of the fighting there was other skirmishes in the Midwest, and the Battle of the Pines, and it wasn't just concentrated on the East Coast, but a big part of it was in the eastern states, mainly the ones I've just said, Pennsylvania, things like that, Alabama.
So I was wondering if the Native Indians like had burial grounds around there. What Native Indians were like. They always put like curse and spells on their land, didn't they? Ward away from people trespassing on the burial grounds. So, I was wondering maybe if it was actually built on a burial ground, maybe there's like a curse or something on that land. But so if it ain't actually built on it, maybe near it, is it possible that it still could, generate that negativity in that kind of like area?
I think it's possible. Yeah, I mean, if there's negative energy in the air or in the environment, that negativity can breed negativity. So I think it's possible. I don't really subscribe to the fact that it's a cursed building or anything like that. Personally, I think you just have to look at the history of the neighborhood. You have to look at the history of the area to know that, especially during the years of the Great Depression, and there's a lot of high-profile cases that went on in that area that we're not here to discuss tonight, but they did. The murder rates are very high around there. The crime rates are very high down there. You've just got all you need to do really is look on Google Earth, and you can see all the graffiti that's all over the buildings. And as we said before, Skid Row's not too far away. So there's a lot of depravity, a lot of poor people there. So there's a lot of negative energy in the area anyway, just because of the human condition, just naturally.
Now, as we know, like, since it's been there's been quite a few murders, like you said, like in around that area, including in the actual hotel itself. They believe that, old Richard Ravens might have like brought in a few prostitutes and killed him up there, because there was a video I saw a few weeks ago where they reckon that he used to take up prostitutes up there, murder them, and somehow take them down into like the alleyways and get rid of their bodies. If that's true or not, I don't know. But
okay, are you referring to Richard Ramirez?
Yeah.
Richard Ramirez stayed there in the 80s. and was responsible for killing quite a few people, attacking other people that survived. If like, there's a few of them, Mary Cannon and Veronica Yu, and there's some like, I'm not going to ream off all the victims, but yeah, he was he killed a lot of people in the Los Angeles area. He was a notorious paedophile, burglar, rapist, and obviously serial killer. So you got Richard Ramirez doing his stuff. I mean, he was arrested in 1985. And then there was an Austrian serial killer down there as well, called Unterweger.
Yeah,
And he did kill 3 prostitutes or sex workers, and they eventually he got like charged with it when he was actually back in Austria rather than over in the US. But he committed suicide in jail. But yeah, Unterweger was there. So you got 2 serial killers that stayed at the Cecil Hotel. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe more. Apparently, there could have been 1 or 2.
Yeah, there's a lot of people, and you'll know this anyway. That there's a few people committed suicide while at the Cecil Hotel. I think there's 1 or 2 people that have killed somebody, even if it's just like there isn't an even or a justice there, obviously, but if they've shot like somebody or they've stabbed somebody in there, there's been a few killings there. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, even that Black Dahlia was around that area as well at the time, wasn't she?
Yeah, Elizabeth Short. She was seen drinking in the bar of the Cecil Hotel with one of her friends just a few days before she was murdered. Yeah, that's in 1947, I think, or something.
Yeah,
yeah, that's absolutely
kind of unusual. Like quite a few, like well-known people have stayed in there. Either people have been murdered or people have actually murdered people. So. I think I didn't write anything down because I stayed in bed most of the day.
No, it doesn't matter, Steve. We can just wing it and have a good chat. It hasn't got to be formal, has it? We can have fun.
So, what do you think's actually caused most of this negativity around there? With serial killers, people jumping out the windows. There was even a story of a woman who gave birth to a baby and threw the baby out the window as well, and then suddenly jumped out as well.
Yeah. Then somebody who jumped out the window and landed on somebody else and killed them as well. Yeah.
Negativity in there, but what's causing negativity?
I think that's a good question. I think that is a good question. I sort of lean towards, like I said before, and you said at the start of this, they sort of changed the clientele base that they was aiming it at, so poorer people could get access to it. I mean, even when you're dealing with Elisa Lam, she was staying in communal rooms at the time on the 5th floor because it was relatively cheap. But I think a big part of the reason that the area has gotten sort of bad energy, if you like, or negative energy, is because of the poverty. I think it's mainly because of the poverty, a lot of drug use, substance abuse and stuff going on like that, prostitution. There's a lot of vice, high levels of crime. I just think that kind of, you can't walk down Skid Row without being accosted by somebody either begging you or yelling at you from across the street, and you don't know if you're going to get mugged or attacked at any time. There's lots of drunks and meth addicts just passed out on the street on Skid Row. The entire area is pretty depraved, really. But by the same token, if you go across just a couple of streets, it's really affluent, and lots of like fairly rich people go on there. The streets are bustling with everyday people. The businesses are thriving. So I think it's just that sort of locale is because of the way that it's the breed of people that are there. I don't really like to use that term because it's a bit derogatory. But there's poor people that are living on the streets. There's a lot of bad things gone on. And it has done for years, even with the mob back in the day, Steve, the mafia and that, or the Cosa Nostra, whatever you want to call them, they were really prevalent, and prostitution rackets and all that kind of thing. It's a bad area. It's just a bad area of LA.
But my daughter just said on a side chat, and I know I've been watching. A lot of people seem to think that there's more negative energy on the top floors than there is like the lower floors.
A lot of the you've got to look at the layout of the hotel as well, because you've actually got long stay residents at the hotel, people that are practically living there, and people that are staying there for a great amount of time. And like I said, communal rooms, single rooms. You've got cheap rooms. You've got there's the layout of the floor plan of the hotel. You'd sort of see all these different types of areas. Now, it's the communal rooms like 4th and 5th floor, I believe, or were. And then you've got like the floor just above the ground floor. I think floor like the 1st and 2nd floor are fairly affluent. And then the floors from like the 5th, 6th up are fairly affluent. And then when you start to get higher up again, some of the poorer rooms, you look at the conditions of the area again, it's people being able to afford to stay in the hotel. And I think that's why the upper floors are the type of floors where people have committed suicide. They've jumped out of the building, or they've I think didn't somebody take poison there as well? You've got somebody who shot the lover there, and these all happened on the top floor. So the top floors have got where all the negative energy is, and the seriously twisted juju, really.
So I know what they've done at the Motley Hotel. They've cut it in half, haven't they? You've got like the what's it called? The stay on main. And then you still got part of the Cecil. And now the stay on main's only just not long been renovated into that particular hotel, is it really? I don't know how many years, but it's not that long. And apparently the stay on main and the Cecil still can share, I think, one of the elevators. But on stay on main, they've actually cut a floor out for some reason. What do you think that is for?
I think that's probably due to separation of different ventures, what they're putting into it. I don't think it's to cut out bad energies or because one floor's haunted or anything like that. I mean, you've got part of the hotel was actually a gym, a ground floor gym where you could exercise machines in the window, and then another side of it, if you look at, there's actually 3 entrances to it, and then one of them is like a what would you call them? Like somewhere we can hang out and have a coffee and, get a few like buns or what the Americans like to eat, donuts or whatever. Donuts. But that type of thing, like a cafeteria with internet access, and people can sit there with the Wi-Fi and doing all this lot. And then, so they'd sort of already started to renovate a great deal of, or make a lot of changes in the ground floor and the entrance area, the lobby area, many years ago when it transitioned from the Cecil to the stay on main.
But what I like, with the energy as it is, cutting it in half and renovating, we're all being told, like, a lot of ghost stories. Be careful when you renovate, because it can kick off or spark off, a lot more negative energies. Do you think that could happen? Do you think the negative energies could increase if they are renovating it, or do you think it just stay the same? Or
again, I think that's a good question. I think it's possible. I think it's possible, don't you? I mean, because how many times have we heard, or have we been led to believe that different locations throughout history have been totally fine? Then there's been some kind of building activity, and all of a sudden, it's people start seeing things. You've just got to look at the story of the Stocksbridge bypass over here. Totally fine, nothing. And then when they decided to build, obviously a bypass road that went past the town in the side of the hill, that was obviously at the side of the village, and they started to dig it up. The workmen that were staying in the caravans near where they were doing this working on the road started to see all kinds of things, but there was very little, if anything, reported before. So it's like, because they started the construction on the area, it kicked off the activity. So I think it's possible. Is it likely? I don't know. I mean, that's down to, are you going to get people that are going there? I think if you've got like auto suggestion, people know about the Cecil Hotel, stay on main, whatever you're going to call it, but the Cecil Hotel, people know, right? They know the history of the place. They know people have died there. It's infamous now. So it's one of them. If I suggest to somebody or say to somebody, you want to be careful in there, somebody was murdered, then psychologically, when that person goes in there, they're going to at least have a little bit of the heebie-jeebies. Most people, not everybody, granted. So I think you've got to ask, are people going to pick up stuff because their senses are going to be more heightened because they know that there's been stuff going on? I would say, yeah. And are people going to pick up on stuff just because they're imagining it because of what's gone on. Yeah. So I think you're going to have people that are going to pick up on stuff because they're more readily aware that it's there. Like you can say, you can be in a location and the only reason you feel something is because you're open to feeling it, because you're more. I would say this to you. Do you think that if you believe in spirits, or if somebody has had experience with spirits, that they're more likely to see something because they're more receptive to see it?
No, I think they're more open to it, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly. So if somebody goes into an area and they're more open to believing it, they will. And I think more people will believe it as well because of a hysteria. So I think yes, but because of two different reasons, if that makes any sense.
I think if you're more open to it and you feel that you've got the sense, the ability to sense, the energies around, you can feel the different kind of vibes. Then yeah, I suppose that way. Because I can walk into a place, like many people say, like especially on like programs like a haunting, people go out, buy a house, and as soon as they go in, one of the family feels that there's like a different vibe in a different room. Some would find it like kind of like depressive. Some would feel like kind of like dark. Some would feel it possibly like more happiness than another part of them. So like I think if you've got that kind of like sensibility, going into a location and thinking that you can feel the different changes of the room. I have a couple of times actually when I've been on residential, like that the woman one, the one I've done. What was her name? The one with Simon James and my nephew, that black woman. During that hallway room, I didn't feel nothing, but I've caught a picture of that boy in her bedroom. I felt like a lot of depression. In the living room, I felt like sadness. In the boy's bedroom, I didn't feel nothing. So I think like with people who have different kind of like senses, I suppose they go into the hotel and like if you're going up each floor, you could feel like a different vibe on each floor. So like each floor could be completely different. One, you might not feel nothing. Two, you might feel sadness. Next floor could be like dark depression. Another one could be like if you just want to jump out the fucking window and commit suicide or something like that, kind of thing.
Yeah, I know, and I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I think if you again, I understand that the effects of psychology because imprinted upon people because of an environment, and it's fact. If it will affect people, you can induct visions, hallucinations in somebody's brain by sticking a motorcycle helmet on the bed and playing certain kinds of sounds. So it's not like any of this is new. So I think it's likely to be a mix of some people will pick up on something because they genuinely pick up on something. And I think other people will pick up on something because of hysteria, because they know that the place is haunted, they've heard about it or whatever, and they're picking up on it just because of the psychological condition or something like that. I think it'll be a mix of the two.
Yeah. But no one can really prove that the hotel's really haunted, though, can they? Really, it's just like, they get an activity. Alternate activity. We can't turn around and say we saw a ghost when no one's actually caught a picture of a ghost there. So we can't really call it as a haunting or haunted location. We can call it as like a location which is, got a lot of paranormal activity going on. But
well, that's
really haunted.
Well, that's another thing, isn't it? If you actually look at the reports, despite everything that's gone on there, you just all you need to do is an internet search for anything that's come from the Cecil Hotel that's supposed to be paranormal, and you're going to really struggle. So there's nothing. I don't personally understand why it get. I mean, I know what we're doing now, but for the most part, people have this theory that there's some unknown forces that caused what happened to Elisa Lam and other people to happen at the work of negative energies or this, that, or the other. There's absolutely nothing whatsoever in the slightest to substantiate it at all. Nothing. And you know yourself. All you need to do is a quick search on the internet of your own local area, and you'll find little bits of things. But there's no EVPs. I mean, and I'm not talking about these TV shows that go there, because they need to make sure that people are interested in their show. So there's a lot of fabrication goes on. You know that as well as I do.
Yeah.
But if independent investigations, independent experiments carried on, nothing whatsoever.
Well, I know one TV cook, like ghost hunting groups out there, has gone now, and he reckons that he was the only particular group allowed to ever do a ghost hunt in there. You know, after that, Netflix was allowed to do it. But it's kind of strange that he says that, oh, we're the only group who's allowed to do it, but Netflix has got a fucking series in there, so that's a load of bullshit for one thing, yeah?
Yeah, there you go.
So, like, but he never really got much. You know, I think he got like a couple of hits on the Xbox Connect, maybe a few EPs, EMF meters. Well, like you said, with the K2 meters, you can't put them down as paranormal, really, can you? You know, anything could have set that off. But, you know, he reckons that, you know, there is a lot of negative energies there. But he didn't prove that there's a ghost there, did he?
There you go. That's you just made it. You just made a few good points there, absolutely, which I completely agree with. I mean, a couple of flashes on the K2, a couple of things that sound like they could be voices, which can be anything, because you can't rule out apophenia at all, and feeling like
from another room, down the hallway, or upstairs or downstairs.
Yeah, absolutely, of course, yeah, absolutely. It can be the sounds carrying through the building. And, you know, the Xbox Connect, known for giving so many false positives, you know, I mean, and I've got one. So it's not like I'm deliberately going out my way to slate it, but the Xbox Connect is known for so many false positives, because the system it uses.
Well, you know, I'm not
sorry.
saying that the Xbox does kind of like work 100%, but I've had that time when, you know, normally in the kitchen for 45 minutes, constant 45 minutes, I've gone out there trying to debunk things, you know, and it's only until I put my hand on the Bible it suddenly disappeared. So unless someone was actually attached to the Bible or reading the Bible in the spirit world, I don't know.
I've seen
ghost or spirit, but, you know, if we don't try these things, we ain't going to know, are we? Like you said before.
That's correct.
But there that use the Xbox, even the group that I've made a lot of gear for in the past in America, you know, they're now using the Xbox Connect, and every time I use it, you know, they're getting excited because I think it's a spirit, when it could be not a spirit, but, you know, like you said, it could be a bug. I know that I could go and stand in the door, have my one connected, and if I stand there for a short amount of time, and it's caught my, you know, my cell phone there, if I quickly move out of proportion quickly, it's still stuck there.
Yeah.
And I could turn and say, hang on a minute, well, I just moved out of the way, you know, is that spirit? And I've debunked it a couple of times myself, but there has been times when it has picked up some kind of anomaly on there, and I've not even been there. So, you know, to me, it's a bit like a K2 meter. You know, if it does pick up something, what's it picking up? And they used it there in the Cecil Hotel, and they picked up a few things there. But again, you know, if you're standing in a certain location, I know that even if I put myself on there and suddenly jump out of the way, and it's still got that anomaly there, sometimes I think that even the reflection of yourself can actually manipulate. Like if you've got like a something shiny what you're facing, like a mirror or something, or something metallic, your reflection is being reflected on those. It could be picking up that for all we know.
The thing is it can pick up even a deviation in temperature which can cause low levels of condensation on the wall or on any of the furniture within the room can change the way that that infrared beam, because it's a matrix of multiples which are fired out simultaneously. You know this. All you've got to do is look at it on a night vision camera and you'll see them as hundreds and hundreds of dots can be reflected back. Now, as soon as that happens, it's already got potentially 1 point to map out the matrix of a human skeleton. Now, once it attaches to that point, it'll see another point, another reference point that it used to see as being nothing before as being a possibility. So it will map across to that point, and then you've got 2 points. Now, because you've got 2 points, you've got even more points with which it's a matrix to anchor to them 2 points. Do you understand where I'm going? So it sort of like falls like domino. So I know I agree with you. I think it's very much like a K2 you've got to be careful with Xbox Connects. I don't think they are capable of proving any kind of empirical evidence like anything else, really, unfortunately. But like you say, we won't know unless we try them.
Right, Shimp and Josh, how's it going? Thanks for coming on. So now they've actually cut it in half. Do you think there could be more activity in one part than there would be in another part? Do you think the activity that's occurred in the Cecil Hotel will kind of like stay, or do you think it might raise a little more, or do you think it's still kind of like be even throughout the whole building?
I think it'll stay the way that it was.
Yeah.
Or it'll, in so much as I don't think it'll be cut in half just because the building was cut in half. Because how many times have we known about our haunted locations where they've changed the entire building around, which is why sometimes the theory is that you'll see a spirit disappear into a wall, because in them days it was a doorway, but now it's a wall to a library or whatever. I don't think it'll have any kind of effect upon ghosts, if you like, or that kind of stone wall, the stone tape theory kind of imprintation upon the environment kind of thing. As far as spirits, I subscribe to that. Spirits are sentient beings that can interact and understand. If they exist at all, I think that they can interact. And if they interact, I don't think they're just going to disappear to a different part of the building and hang out around there because it's been cut in half. So I think it'll stay the same as it is, in so much as where everything is, but maybe just more amplified, more activity due to disturbance. So
if, although they've cut it in half, you've got the Cecil and the Stale Main. Stale Main is the more renovated one, isn't it? So because it's been renovated, you don't think that more activity would occur there because it's been renovated and the Cecil stayed as it is?
I think any activity that would have been on that part of the building will still be there, but just more amplified. Yeah, but I did agree with you. Yeah, what I'm saying is I don't think it won't be that the other part of it won't have any activity at all anymore. I don't think it'll work like that. Yeah, I think it'll just stand out a little bit more because that part of the building maybe have been messed with, and so it might amplify it.
She came from Canada. She came over for a holiday, and she stayed there for 3 days.
Yeah.
The first 2 days she stayed in a group room, so she was actually sharing with other people.
Yeah.
They started complaining because she started acting weird.
Yeah.
Weird. Is that because of her bipolar? Do you think that was caused, or she was also on medication for depression and other kind of medication she was on? Do you think that could have been part of why she's acting kind of strange? Because after 2 days and the complaints, the manager decided to move her up higher into the building. So I think she was flat. She was on the 5th floor, wasn't she, at first?
Yeah, she was. She was. Yeah, 506B, room 506B. She was in. Yes, originally a communal room. Yeah.
So, yeah, go on.
No, I was just going to say she was on four prescription medications for depression and bipolar disorder, but no mood stabilizer. So she was on a lot of prescription drugs. She was also having Nurofen and ibuprofen, as you know, she's 6 different things. A small trace amount of alcohol were found in her during the autopsy, but we might go to that later. But she was on like an antidepressants, which are NDRIs. You know, she was on a norepinephrine dopamine reuptake inhibitors, they're called. And there's a there's SSRIs as well, which are serotonin specific reuptake inhibitors. There's lots of different antidepressants. She was on a mix of these things, okay, which obviously have a lot of side effects. I mean, I think, you know, when you're dealing with like they have different names over here in Britain and stuff. But she was like Mactil and stuff like that. Seroquel, we call it quetiapine over here in Britain, and that's an antipsychotic. So she was on an antipsychotic, and there's massive amounts of side effects with them. I mean, 2 of the drugs that she was on have side effects of quick mood changes and high suicide risk. They've even got black labels on them with several drug associations around the world. Because of being known for causing a high risk of suicide, like twice likely more to commit suicide. So like high amounts of suicidal thoughts, you know, you got blurred visions, feeling lightheaded, confusion, like severe nervous system reactions, like getting rigid muscles, and which will make your muscles all spasm out and act weirdly, which will explain some of the weird images that are seen in the elevator footage. You know, so yeah, I think venlafaxine, I think it was called, isn't it? Yeah, venlafaxine, which is that's it's more likely to induce mania. You know, you're more likely to have a manic episode if you're a bipolar patient if you're on venlafaxine. So she was on a lot of medication, so she could have been tripping out, freaking out. I mean, you might already know this, but there were reports that she might have possibly met a guy while she was down there. She'd been posted on social media that she felt let down by a man. So whether she was keeping up with the medications or not, or because there were mixed amounts of medications that were found regarding a prescription and so on. So I think she might have been at these people she was staying with in the communal room didn't know her. And unfortunately, because of that, they might have seen her as a little bit quirky and didn't understand the condition. And she was, like you said, moved from the 5th floor up to the 14th. So, yeah.
Do you think any of that medication could cause like, just fuck it, I had it in my mind, hallucinations?
Yes. Beyond a shadow of a doubt, yeah. I mean, there's a few venlafaxine. Sorry, can't even say it. Sorry, Steve. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. Yes, I know, man. It has been a bad one. I was on somebody else's stream, so. But that's known for hallucinations. That can give you a lot of hallucinations. It's usually at the beginning of treatment, or if you stop taking treatment. And quetiapine as well can give you hallucinations when you're coming off it. So she was on the medication that is known, famous for suicidal thoughts, agitated and distressed behavior, hallucinations, and mood swings.
So I'm on martazepine, and that gives side effects.
Oh yeah, I bet it does. Yes, I know this prescription.
And I think also I don't know, it contributes to my headaches and, you know, the tiredness and blurriness. You know, it's supposed to help me sleep, but it doesn't. But yeah, I knew she was on quite a few different medication because it was on a couple of her videos. Some people have gone into so much depth reading about her and like going on the blogs and stuff like that. Like you said, like she did do like a vlog, didn't she? She wrote down, it's like a diary kind of thing. So
I've read a lot of them. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. I mean, sorry, Steve. I was just going to say this. It seems to me, and I think you might be able to get where I'm coming from with this, that people have sort of latched onto the bipolar side of it, blaming the bipolar or mentioning the bipolar, when really it's not so much the bipolar, it's the effects of the medication that she was on because of the bipolar. The side effects that she might have been suffering because of taking medication for bipolar rather than the actual condition itself, if that makes any sense. I've lost him.
Yeah, sorry, but I had a phone call from my son.
Oh no, you're okay. No worries. No, you got.
He called the role, did a live stream. So
No, it's okay.
it's
Do
just
you know
like
what I mean? Though?
pillows and bed sheets and stuff like that.
Do you know what I mean? Though people blame her medical condition, or
Yeah.
some people blame a medical condition, whereas rather than saying it was the effect of the medications because of a medical condition, not because she was bipolar. She was bipolar, yes, but it's not because she was bipolar. It's because of the medications and the side effects that she was getting on them medications for the bipolar, not the condition itself.
So do you think what was going on was a medical situation and nothing to do with, like, spiritual? Because like, a lot of people saying, oh, it's, down to, like, she's like being a ghosting thing with it, like a spirit, like something dark, demonic, like a demon kind of thing that probably has been like conjured up by people who stayed there, and like done black magic and stuff, like, because like Ramaz did black magic there, didn't he, apparently? Ramirez, or what his name is, Richard Ramirez.
Richard Ramirez, yeah. Sorry, Steve. Sorry, go on.
He did black magic's arts there, didn't he? Apparently.
Yeah, he was absolutely, yeah.
A demon that's been there for many years, and for some reason this demon like picked her.
The short answer, no. Oh. The long answer, there is absolutely nothing whatsoever to back that up in the slightest. There is evidence to suggest that she suffered from a mental disorder. A GP records, family statements, the medication that she was taking, the medication found in her bloodstream, the unused medication found in her belongings. She suffered from bipolar disorder. She was taking medication. The video footage shows elements of distress and quick mood changes, from defensive poses to happy poses to moments of mania to moments of almost psychosis, all in very short periods of time. Now, some of the medication that she was on can cause them kind of mood swings that quick, like just massively quick. More often than not, okay, a lot of them is within the first few weeks of treatment, but if you come off it, then it's called discontinuation syndrome, which leads to a condition which is known as emotional lability, basically, right? Which it gives you exaggerated changes in your mood, like really quickly, one after another. You can be happy 1 minute, you can be sad the next minute. But emotional lability is you see that on the video. You do see it on the video that she's distressed 1 minute, happy the next minute, confused the next minute. So I think she was suffering a psychotic episode. I don't think she was possessed by a demon. I don't think she was possessed by a negative spirit. And there is nothing to suggest that that's the case, but everything to suggest that she was in a bad place and she was suffering. She was sick. She was poorly. She was ill. She was distressed. She was probably going through torment in her head. And the poor girl died because of it. That's what I think.
So the thing being is that she went to that bookstore, didn't she? And she bought a couple of books and complained that she don't want heavy books because, she didn't want to carry heavy stuff around. Now, apparently, she was kind of happy and chirpy there. But do you think that's down to the changes of the conditions of her medication, where she, like they say, 1 minute she can be happy-go-lucky, and next minute she's like really down and depressed, and
I do, yeah. She went to the last bookstore, didn't she? Which is the next main street over. Actually, if you look, it's only a couple of 100 yards away is where she went to. I do, yeah. I think you're right. I think it is that. I think she was already starting to see certain effects kicking into her system because of missing doses or forgetting doses and adding doses. I mean, the toxology report isn't the best in the world if you look at the autopsy. To be fair, I mean, all they're saying is all they found in her bloodstream was prescription blood in the little bit of blood that they were able to get. But because they were only able to get a little bit, they couldn't give the amounts. of each prescription drug during that toxicology report. So therefore, not entirely sure whether she was completely medicated as she should be, under-medicated or over-medicated.
Mm.
So no, I don't think it's down to a spirit.
Going about the elevator.
Say again, sorry, Steve. I missed the first bit. You cut out.
No, that was me stuttering in. Don't know why. Just going to that elevator clip. Yeah, I've actually got one here which I'll play. It's like 3 minutes 59, but I think it actually stops around about 3 minutes. So what I want to do is play that. No, it's not really copyright infringement on people. You know,
no. It's public domain, isn't it? Fair use. Yeah.
So let me just go on that. This one's actually got like it's double screened it.
Okay.
Which I thought was quite interesting. Like this one here.
Yeah, I know this footage, the Cody Fry footage where he's changed the speed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, can you see the mouse cursor moving around on that as well?
I can see that there is what they call digital. Yes.
You can see my mouse cursor moving, yeah?
Yes, I can, yeah.
Okay. Right, so this is the footage. I could have had another one, you know, with audio, but I thought audio would probably be a bit boring.
Okay.
Right, you can see it comes in, she bends down, and she's pressing the keys, right?
Mm-hmm.
She steps back. Now, I know that they did say that when you open the elevator, sometimes the elevator can take 2 minutes before the actual door shuts again. But if you see, when she's like, go back to the beginning, she's just coming in. That's the elevator door opening. You can see she's bending down, pressing all those keys. Why she's pressing?
Why she what? Sorry, you cut out again, Steve.
Why she's pressing all them keys, nobody knows the reason why she's pressing all them keys.
I would say again that's down to the fact that she's having even if it's a transient psychotic episode, but that because she's not in the right frame of mind.
All right. So the elevator is supposed to take 2 minutes to close. Now, for some reason, why is she popping her head out like that so quickly? Is she hearing something? Is someone calling her? Is it just one of her episodes where she's like, you know, kind of like hallucinating probably?
I think when you look at it and you see the buttons that she's pressing, one of the last buttons that she presses is on the very bottom of the panel, and I've got pictures. I've made a video regarding this, and the reason that I've held off on it is because of obviously wanting to do this with you. But I cover this on the video that I'll release it in a few days or something. But the last button she presses is the door hold button, which means keep the door hold, elevator hold, keep the door open. Now, the reason that they're supposed to do that model of elevator is because of residents living there and giving them time to move furniture in and out. So there's a delay on the door, like you said, 2 minutes. So one of the last buttons she's pressed is the door hold, to deliberately hold the door open. So when people have said there's something wrong with the elevator as a theory, it's no, the elevator is working completely and totally normally.
So if she presses the door hold and it's open for 2 minutes, if someone presses a button on like 2 floors high, would that actually cut out that 2 minute, or would they still have to wait until the 2 minutes of the door opening and for it to close before the lift would move up again?
Now, as far as I'm aware, that depends upon the model of elevator, because some of them will have a cancel where it'll be called, or it'll ping and a light will illuminate inside the elevator to let the person holding the door know that the elevator is needed. But in most cases, the door hold will override any other command. So the door hold will stay open until it finishes its timer. And when the timer finishes after 2 minutes, 90 seconds, 1 minute, whatever, the door will close again and it will go to the floor of the person who's just called for it.
All right. So why she, you know, is that again down to her medical situation? Like she stands there and then suddenly she hides in the corner for some reason. Why does she hide in the corner?
if you look at the position that she's sort of adopted, she's sort of got like a defensive position, where she's got her hands down, like obviously down towards her genitals or lower stomach, which is a defensive posture. So she's rather a submissive posture. But I think, given the fact that she's just looked out of the, we've just seen her look out and quickly look left and right very fast, then dodging back into the corner, then slide along the elevator back towards the control panel into that corner. I think, again, that's down to the fact that she's having a transient psychotic episode.
All right. Let's see what happens next.
Okay. Now, did you see that, Steve? Sorry, can you go back? She actually speaks. Just before when she comes out of the corner. Watch when she comes out of the corner. I know it's, but you watch where obviously, can you see?
Yeah.
She's actually speaking.
Well, who the hell is she speaking to then?
That's it. She's talking to herself. Because she's having a psychotic episode. There is nobody in the elevator. Lots of people have been in the building since and been in the elevator. And even though the camera's at that kind of location, even if you stood in even if you stood in the corner that's nearest to the bottom of the screen where you think you won't be able to see somebody, you would still see the top of the head. You can't hide in the elevator. So she's talking to nobody, because there is nobody else in that elevator with her. It's not like we're not seeing somebody who's in there that we can't see because of the camera angle, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think I brought up a week when I said about that back camera angle. How do we know that there weren't someone in the same elevator with her? And this could have been possibly staged or something. I'm not saying it was, but people said that along here, especially over here as well, you can see like movement, like shadow movement. And I have looked at this several times, and over here you do see shadow movement quite a lot, especially when the door's shut and she's not in there. That's after she leaves the elevator and the door shuts and starts going either up or down to the other floors here. But you can still see like shadow movements. You'll see that as it goes along. I was just wondering, that's just like the light, in the actual elevator pixelized.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is, because it isn't. While it's a sealed box, there's room for air, so there can be light ingress through the seams and all that. It's light, and it's artifacts that have been captured on the camera because it's massively low resolution. It's very bad quality image, so you're going to see dark patterning.
So let's go back from there. All right. So she steps out. She looks that way, then she kind of like side steps and steps back in, then steps out again, which looked a bit weird,
Yeah.
A lot of people said, is there really someone outside there who she's talking to? Because like, why is she waving her arm? Not just that time, but other times she's gone out there. Like, I think she goes and comes back in, don't she, in a minute?
Yeah,
there we go. And like, her hands then were just like above her head as she came in.
Yeah.
Like, as she's like thinking, what the fuck, I don't know if that's her behaviour or what, but her hands were above her head. Again, probably like another defensive kind of movement. I don't know.
Well, when you directly right outside the elevator there, just to the left where we can't see it, on the wall facing the door of the elevator is a mirror. There is a mirror on every single floor outside the elevators there. And you see her elbows come up off to the left. It's out of sight. You can't see it. So yeah, further over to the left, it's right off the screen. It'd be where the black is on the left-hand side of the screen. You just won't see it at all. The elevator, it's on the opposite wall. You see where Elisa is?
Yeah.
Well, it's to her left, directly in front of her. On every floor, there is a mirror on that opposite wall. And if you look at her elbows and the way that she's moving, and then when she turns to come back in, you see her drop her hands from her hair. I think, and I'm not the only one, that she's actually messing with her hair in the mirror, looking at herself in the mirror and messing about with her hair.
Yeah.
There you go. You see her hands come away from her hair.
Yeah, come to her hair.
Again, pressing all the buttons even more manically now.
Yeah.
And then if you watch, bosh, last button, there she goes. The door hold button again.
So I keep seeing like movement. You know, I don't know if that's from her movement where she's casting the shadow, but I keep seeing like movement around this area, especially down here as well. Now I'm just wondering if there is something just wrong with the camera and the lighting. But you know, why is she acting so weird? Like, is it because of the medication? It
Yeah,
looks like
that's well known, that rigidity in the muscles, especially in the extremities, from the elbows down to the fingertips and finger splaying. If you watch it, you'll see that she holds her hands out so they're almost web-like, really fingers wide apart, and as if she's and her hands drooping. If you go back a bit, yeah, they are typical symptoms of antipsychotic drugs causing muscle rigidity. If you'll see him in a sec, right? Watch your hands in a sec. Right, that's a different bit, that isn't it? It's a bit further. It's earlier than that. Yeah, there you go. Look, there you go. A little bit before that.
To me, that's where you're having a conversation with someone. Though, to me,
yeah,
like when you go up to someone and you're doing like, you know, you're waving your hands as like you're trying to explain something.
Yeah, and
you're always using your hands, you know, to try and put out what you're trying to say. You know, that's what reminds me of.
Yeah, there you see it, especially in the left hand.
So some people said that she's trying to feel whatever's in front of her. So, you know, a lot of people saying like, oh, there's like a spirit in front of her. Like, you know, well, you said there's mirrors. Mirrors can be used as portals, and maybe like, you know, there's something that she can sense.
But there you go. There's nothing to substantiate that. That's people that believe in ghosts and sensationalize it, coming up with wild theories with nothing to prove it. No, it's medically and scientifically proven, both that she was on medication and that the medication that she's on causes what we're seeing now. Hallucinations can be auditory as well as visually. So if she's hearing things, she's going to speak and respond to it as if she's having a conversation, even if there is nobody there. She's showing muscle rigidity in her upper extremities, in her hands. If you go back a little bit again, you'll see that she dips. So she's showing agitation where she sort of bobs up and down on her own knees. You'll see. There you go. Watch in a sec. There we go. There's one. There's another one. Yeah, she's showing agitation and distress.
I'm trying to keep an eye on her feet, where people said that's another foot, but like you said the other day, it wasn't another foot, because you can see that as she turns around, there's her foot there, and as she turns around there, that's not another foot. That's both her feet there.
That is both her feet. If you go back a little bit, you go back a bit further on in the video, she does this weird step over. You'll need to go back further than that. Further. Yeah, try that. Try it from there. It might be right. You might need to go back a bit further, but no, you're in the right place. Now watch. She sort of steps over herself, but doesn't turn her other ankle until the last minute. She has a weird step over. You'll see it. I've highlighted this on my video. Watch. There you go. Did you see it? She steps over her own foot, but leaves a trailing foot at right angles, and she does exactly the same when she walks out of the elevator the last time we see her. So that foot, what everybody says is somebody else's foot, is her own heel. As she does that again, she's got like a weird step over where she steps over her own foot but leaves the trailing heel behind.
When I thought that, you know, you can see the whiteness there, right there. Originally, I never saw that. I thought it's all kind of like a dark, kind of like shoes and like, you know, like proper shoes. But I think she's wearing sandals. That's probably where people got confused, because like as she's turning around, you can see like the whiteness, or you know, a different color of the sandal or shoes she was wearing, and that's probably where people probably thought, well, hang on a minute, that's a different foot. Well, no, it's not. It's the same foot. She's wearing like sandals, I think, at the time.
She's wearing sandals, yeah. She's got a weird kind of step over it. That is her own foot. That's her heel we're seeing when she walks away.
Because other people was wondering why she was like wearing the clothes she was wearing. You know,
again, sorry, Steve. Sorry, go on.
So some people said that those shorts were men's shorts.
Yes, they are. They were men's shorts. Yeah.
The coat she's wearing, or jumper, it's like a hoodie.
It is a hoodie.
But I don't understand why they're going on about the hoodie. I can understand like the shorts. Maybe that could have been like her ex-boyfriend shorts that she accidentally packed or something. Or maybe
all the clothes apart from her underwear were men's clothes.
So why was she wearing men's clothes though? Unless it was her boyfriend's clothes that she packed. Because I think she had a boyfriend previously, didn't she, before she left for Canada, went on holiday? Because it said in her what's the name that she had a boyfriend.
Yeah, she'd been having boy troubles. If you look on her, well, you know, there's plenty of it on the internet. But they believe that she might have met somebody while she was there. Well, might have met somebody in San Antonio before going to Los Angeles, because she went from San Antonio to Los Angeles and was supposed to be staying in Los Angeles for 3 days before moving on again.
Yeah. So you hear when she, this is what I can't see. Like she's definitely gone there, right?
Yeah.
But for some reason you keep seeing like movement along here.
You're seeing badly pixelated video footage, and that is all.
It definitely looks like someone's. Like it could be like reflection. No, that's why I'm saying, like, you know, someone could have been in there underneath the camera.
No, they can't. It's been proved. It's been proved that you can't hide in there. It would have to be a small child. There is no adult that could stand in there, because you would still see the top of the head. They won't be totally out of shot. And another thing is if she was abducted or influenced by a weird spirit that was in the inside the elevator that made her die, why was she still acting weird inside the room? Why was she acting manically inside the room she was sharing? And why didn't the people who were in that room with her, if she was being affected by a spirit back in the room as well, why didn't they experience anything or see anything of anything weird? The fact of the matter is that's just badly pixelated video footage, and she had a psychotic episode.
Right, I'm just going to check on something with the doors, right? After it closes, right? All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 seconds. So that could probably be, I don't know if there's the same floor or the next floor, but say it takes 7 seconds for it to go from one floor to another floor, yeah, right? Then when the actual door shuts, it takes, I think, 4 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So at that time, it took 9 seconds to go to another floor.
No, it was maybe about 10 seconds that. But yeah, I see what you're saying, but I don't know how that's relevant. The anything from her disappearing out of the shot is irrelevant. This is the big thing. What a lot of other investigators have called in, private investigators have called into query with this, is why the police bothered to release any footage after she left the elevator, because it's going for like about, is it an extra 2 minutes or a minute? And how is that even relevant? But I think that there was no need for the police to release any of that footage. In fact, there was no need for the police to release the footage of her acting weird like that in the elevator when there is footage of her in the lobby with 2 men.
I think that actually got leaked out by the police by mistake. But yeah, they stated, like, if you are watching that video footage, let's share that again. I'm not going to play it all again, but where was it? Just going to the actual video. Apparently, the video itself, the timer is completely backwards. And I suppose that's probably right anyway. I don't know. Like, even on my DVR, you know, you can see like the year, the date, the time, etc. all original. But if I play that back, it comes back the same way as it's been recorded. But people are stating that is backwards.
No, it's not. It's not. You can tell that it's not because of the ticker, because it's got tenths of a second, seconds, minutes, hours, and then days. If you play the video, you'll see how fast the very right hand counter moves. You see, you've got your tenths of a second there. You've got your seconds just to the left of it, which you can see ticking. You've then got minutes, and then you got hours, and so on. Yeah, there you go. He's just highlighted the 1 minute mark.
Yeah. So another thing is that people were stating that you know, there is well over a minute of video footage missing.
Yeah.
And they, you know, a lot of people were saying, well, you know, it's been tampered with either through, you know, probably from the security in the hotel, or the police have edited because they might have picked up something which they don't want the public to know. So what do you think on that? Do you think it's been tampered with? Do you think that it's just like a glitch in the cameras, the video footage itself, or do you think the police might have edited it out?
I think you've just raised a really good question again there. You're on fire tonight, you. There's 54 seconds of video footage missing, yeah. I think it's been edited. There is no way that's normal footage. We're not seeing all the footage. It's been edited out. Again, the reason that we're not seeing the footage where Elisa's with two gentlemen in the foyer or in the lobby is because they've been ruled out of the investigation. I am likely to think that the reason there's a chunk of footage missing is because somebody else used the elevator who isn't relevant to the investigation, or somebody walked past the elevator doors who wasn't relevant or was ruled out of the investigation, and the police were protecting their identity rather than it being something sinister. But obviously, I don't know for sure because I don't know why. I wasn't there when it was edited, but it's definitely been edited. You can see that there's like nearly a minute of footage missing off that video. I think it's more likely the LAPD would try to protect an innocent person and hiding their identity than try to hide a suspect's identity.
Yeah, but if there was someone walking past, I suppose like what they could have done was just probably like, blank that person out and said like, we've interviewed this person and they're not involved in, her Alicia's name going missing or whatever, kind of thing. That's what they normally do. Sometimes they could
have done that, but a lot of the time, what you've also got to bear in mind, Steve, is a lot of the time when they do release things of people that have gone missing, they don't release any footage at all. They just release a picture of them.
Yeah, well, I think the reason why it got leaked out because a lot of people have mentioned on their channel or especially on Netflix, they wanted other people, on social media trying to figure out how she went missing or why she went missing.
No, there was a conspiracy theories as to why that it was leaked and that it was this and that it was the other. It was an actual attempt because it was just a few days after that the Elisa Lam's parents got in contact with the police because she hadn't reported into them. So there was actually an active investigation already underway to try and find her, and the only way to do that was to release footage of her. The last known footage of her, which is the footage in the elevator. So the police were well aware that they were releasing that footage. They knew exactly what they were doing because that was part of the campaign to find her at the beginning of February, just a couple of days after she was reported missing by her mum and dad.
So that Amy Price, I watched a video earlier on tonight, and I've actually seen the same video last week where she states that with the video footage, she guarantees, I don't really believe this woman to be honest with you, but she guarantees it was there on video, and she gave everything to the police as it was when it was recorded. But how can it be all there when there's about a minute missing?
Oh, I'm sorry, a big chunk of the beginning of that, your audio dropped out. Was you talking about Amy Price?
Yeah.
Okay,
She stated that the video footage was given to the police as it was. She swears that no one touched or tampered with the video footage. How do we know?
We don't.
That she wasn't talking to someone working in the hotel and they edited it out. There's like security or someone down on Main Northwest or on reception.
Because if the police had received edited footage from the hotel, knowing that she was still missing, because remember, she was still missing at the time, she hadn't been found when they received this footage. If hotel security and Amy Price had edited any of that video footage and handed it to the police would have known that it was edited and would have questioned them as to why. It would have drew attention to the hotel, so that made no sense. So when Amy's saying, no, I give it to the police completely unedited and untouched, I think that's probably true. I think the reason we're seeing editing is because that was done at the police. That was done by the LAPD and at their end for whatever reason. Like I said, to omit something or to just cut a bit of the time. Maybe that's all they were trying to do as well, is just to truncate the video, make it short enough to put up onto to put on the news outlets. It's like, well, she left the shot, but nothing happened for ages, and then the elevator went up and down the stairs. Well, we don't want the public to see 20 minutes of nothing happening, so let's cut the amount of time. Let's take a chunk of the video out. Do you know what I mean? So there's lots of reasons why they might have done that, but everybody jumps to the fact that it's something malicious or the intent's malicious. But I think if the hotel would have done it, the police would have been all over them for that, because then they would have known that they were trying to hide something. They would have been the search would have been even more intense. It wouldn't have been a missing person per se. They would have thought it like, this is a possible homicide because we can't find Elisa Lam. She's missing. She hasn't reported into her parents, and the hotel are hiding something. So they would have drew attention to themselves. So I think it's highly unlikely. I think it was at the police's end.
Like you say, like just didn't put the footage up, it would be publicly known anyway. For one thing, the only thing we would have known is that she's gone missing.
That's true. That is true.
They probably did put the video up to ask, for the public help, because there was an actual English couple,
yes,
staying there at that time.
Yeah, there was.
They've been interviewed. They've been, they was on Netflix. So they've already done interviews with other people about the Elisa Lam case. So, I don't know what floor they were on, but after they did find her body, the hotel was shut down, wasn't it? Everyone had to be moved out the hotel and put into different locations.
Yeah.
But the weird thing is that, it's 2 days. Was it 3 days or 2 days? I can't remember now.
After what?
She was missed. Well, it's 3. She was staying there for 3 days, wasn't she? Yeah.
Yes.
But she went missing. Was it 2 days after?
She went missing on the day.
She went
February the 1st.
I can't find that bloody bit of paper. Because she's supposed to be staying there 3 days. After 2 days, she got moved up to the 14th floor.
Yeah, so she went missing on the day she was supposed to be signing out at midnight on the day.
Yeah.
So the following morning. Yeah, the following morning she should have been checking out. Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been the 3rd day, right?
Yeah.
So the thing being is that her body was not discovered for 19 days after she went missing.
Yeah.
So where the hell? Like, only she had somehow managed to get into the water tank, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, it's going to make the water bitter. How long? I don't know, but let's say if she was abducted, murdered, right? Although there's no proof of it, but people are saying, like, well, if she was abducted and murdered, where was she kept until they found her 19 days later after she was assumed missing? Now, could it take 19 days for the water to go that bitter and decolorize? Possibly. We don't know.
Yeah, you've got
the forensic, I suppose.
The level of decomposition of her body suggests that she was in the water tank for as long as the period she was missing, and a putrefaction would be kicking in at the right timeline for the people to start to notice foul-smelling water, dirty-looking water. It all fits in with the level of decomposition of the body being in water, because for a big chunk of the time, or for at least over a week, the water will sort of almost keep the body normal. It sort of keeps it in a state of normality while I'm not going to go into details, but I've looked into this quite a bit about decompositional rates of bodies in water and other things, and pictures like that aren't worth putting up on YouTube because it's not a good idea, but it's sort of morbid. It's not nice to look at, but for about a week to 10 days, there's sort of almost a rate of preservation, and then the skin starts to lift. From the actual the layers of the skin start to change upon decomposition. So the rate of putrefaction of the body fits in with the timeline, and people don't like that because it doesn't fit in with the sensationalism. But no, she wouldn't be killed, and then the following day people would start to get weird tasting water. It wouldn't work like that. You've
But,
also got the what? Sorry, go on.
oh no, okay.
I was just going to say, you've also got the fact that there are 4 water tanks. You know, to supply something like 4,000 gallons to the hotel. You've got the rise and the fall because of the pressure. You've got existing water within the tank, within the pipes that people have got to use anyway first before more water comes down. You've got water levels changing. There's a lot that enters into it. You've got a fact that it's pretty much a sealed container as well. So there's preservation in there because of that. So that's nothing suspicious to me, that.
But what is a little bit suspicious, though, is right. She's got all these different medications that can make her, her depression, her hallucination, make her go. Why the hell would she go up to the roof and jump in? Or she could have took an overdose or something.
She could have jumped off the roof. She could have done this. She could have done that. But the official ruling isn't suicide. The official ruling is accidental death.
Yeah, but why would she go up so?
Because she wasn't in the right mind. Why would she jump in and out of an elevator playing with somebody we can't prove is there? Why would she wave her hands around really weird and maniacally? Why would she act so weird that she got kicked out of a room because the people that were staying in there were freaked out by her? The answer is because she wasn't in her right mind. She was having a psychotic episode.
But she made herself up onto the roof and climbed the ladder. They reckon that even herself, how tiny she was, should have been able to lift that lid up. It's because it's like quite heavy. Even the fire brigade had to open it up with 2 people apparently. So how the hell did she get to open it up? Unless it's already open, but no one can prove it was already open. So
that's the thing. They can't prove it is, and they can't prove it wasn't. So the answer is it probably was open already. The answer is when the maintenance guy found it, he shut it after finding a body, which he pretty much admitted to, did he not? I think he did.
I think when he found it, he opened it. So that's a little bit.
No. The maintenance worker was called Santiago Lopez, and when he went onto the roof because he was investigating claims of the foul-smelling water and it tasting bad, he noticed that it was open. He saw that it was open, and when he looked inside and he saw Elisa Lam's body, and then he shut it, and he contacted a guy called Pedro Tavar, who was the boss of the maintenance, who told him what had gone on, that he'd found a body, and then they contacted Amy Price, who informed the authorities.
Yeah, but the thing was with Amy Price, she didn't report it straight away.
No, she phoned her mum and dad, didn't she?
Yeah. Why the fuck would she ring her mum and dad before ringing up the authorities? That doesn't make sense. If I fucking found a body in a river, a lake, or on some open waste ground or something, I'll be ringing the police straight away. Now, if I couldn't get straight away, through to them because no signal, I'll try to remember where the body is, right? And I'd be running around trying to find someone nearby who I could say, look, there's a body there. Could you please go and contact the authorities? Because the authorities need to be, told straight away. You ain't gonna sit there and go, oh yeah, man, guess what? There's a body of a girl up in the water tank. I've got to phone the police, Yeah. Bit sad, isn't it? But she didn't even show no resource, that Amy. On her interview with Netflix, and on another interview that she did with some other fucking YouTube channel, she didn't show a resource of she's been working there 10 years, this Amy,
Yeah.
She's said that there's been about 100 deaths since she's been there. Now, I know, when you hear about a death, you do kind of feel a bit sad and, died or been murdered or whatever. If she got so used to it that she's not showing up remorse over a poor girl who's found in her tanks, in the water tanks.
I understand exactly what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, I think it's possible. I mean, you have to bear in mind that from the time she was reported missing and what have you, and to her giving an interview, 7-8 years has elapsed. Yeah, and she didn't know the person. She had no emotional attachment to Elisa Lam. And like you say, there's been 100 deaths and stuff. So it was just another one, just a little bit more well-known because of the news. As for contacting a mum, we can only guess at why she done that. I mean, there's also the possibility she's thought, oh my God, that girl who's gone missing's been found, and she, you know what I mean? Or sorry, we found a body, and that girl who's been missing, it might be her. Shit, and freaked out and phoned her mum, who's then calmed her down and said, look, just phone the police, get hold of the police, they'll deal with it, don't worry, it'll be all right, you know. So there's also, that was a possibility. She's then phoned the police and they've turned up, you know. So it's not necessarily bad that she phoned her mum first. It is a bit, you know, it's not really what you would do, but there is possibilities as to why she done it.
Yeah, but with, you know, to me, with any fucking, like, you know, death, you'll be ringing the police straight away. I won't be ringing up my mum. I'll be ringing them up after I've reported it. Yeah. A lot of people said it could be because of the media. You know, she's probably like ringing up. That's what it was. Someone actually said, well, maybe she rang her mum up to say, hey, they found that girl in a water tank. It's gone missing, and like, be ready. It's going to be all over. You know, the news.
Yeah.
Another they've mentioned on a couple of YouTube channels. Hey, Mum, I'm going to be on the news. The hotel's going to be on. I've got to ring the police up now. Catch you later.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's
the police up.
Yes, but that's absolutely that could exactly be it, though, couldn't it? Because we don't know. You know, she could have phoned her mum and said there's a girl missing. The police have been searching for her, and then X amount of days later, she's been found by Lopez. And she's rung them up and gone, oh, you're not going to believe this, but they found the body of that girl in that water. There's a body of a girl in the water tank. I think it's the one who went missing. Watch this now. We're going to be all over the bleeding news. It's going to be all in the papers. So prepare yourself. Or
the hotel's been in the fucking news in the past anyway. So
well, there is, isn't there? Because it's gone from a girl missing and X deaths to a new death. It's another death, so it's going to be headline news. And this is another thing that needs to be borne in mind. She could have done it deliberately so that her mum knew it was happening because they wanted exposure in the news for the hotel. The death of Elisa Lam on her body being found was just a happy accident to them because it meant this is going to drag loads of people in. People are going to hear about the Cecil Hotel again. We'll get more custom, because that can't be ignored either, can it?
Well, it happened, didn't it? Because you know, you had loads of people going there requesting for Alicia's room. You know, the one that she stayed in with the other two people. Then the one on the 14th floor. You know, but a lot of people went there. A lot of people who couldn't get relations. You know, you had a load of people like doing from paranormal groups going up there trying to do their shit and nothing, you know, kind of thing. Some said it was a waste of time going there, but some Americans they did capture stuff. But again, we can't prove it's haunted or paranormal activity going on there. That's why people go there, I suppose. And I research the place. You know, I myself personally do believe that there's something, you know, negative around there because because all the deaths, you know, and all the murders that are probably gone. You know, I actually personally think there is something going on now, but Alicia, you know, when we done that live stream, me and Rose, you know, I'm not saying that we was able to communicate with her, but, you know, we was talking to someone through the Ouija board who says it was Alicia and, you know, stated that she is possessed by a demon and she's stating that, you know, a lot of stuff went on in the basement, but no one really concentrated on doing searches in the basement, you know, not even the police department done any kind of real research down in the basement while she had gone missing. But the thing is, they didn't spend a lot of time down there. It's just like a quick comb over, and that was it.
I mean, given the amount of disappearances, and murders, and shootings, and everything that they have ongoing in LA, this isn't Mitcham. This isn't my local town here in Thames where there might be, you know, this isn't, you know, it's not a rural country. This is Los Angeles.
Yeah, I know,
This is Los Angeles. There's murders. There's people going missing all the time. They probably go through the motions. And how many people go missing and then turn up a few days later?
yeah,
So
but the thing, right, when she went missing on the third day, and they still didn't find them, the police went and done a search of the hotel, right?
Yeah, I know that.
The police, they searched the top of the roof.
Mm-hmm.
They did not search the water tank. Why did they not search the water tank? It's only until they found the body, then they started, going in, getting the divers in or whatever, and bring the body out.
Yeah, but I mean that
at the time, I know they said that they had a resource and they had another thing going on where someone had gone around killing cops, and they, they took the task group off that, and only 4 were left to concentrating on Elisa Lam. So a good couple of hundred coppers went on this other case trying to find this cop killer or whatever. Yeah, but the problem being is that why did they not spend more time searching the Cecil Hotel on the third day she'd gone missing?
Well, you've already answered your own question because of resources and because how many people go missing and turning up. And as far as let me finish. And as far as not searching the water tanks, that's dead obvious. Because every time somebody talks about this case, the first thing that they say is, "Oh, how did she get in the water tank?" Because people can't believe she made it into the water tank. So I think that thought process was already in the police's mind. They've glanced over at the water tank and think there's no way she's got inside that, and just ignored it for that reason.
Yeah, but
if you look at the top of the Cecil building, there's very little there, Steve. There's the water tanks. There's what looks like an air conditioning unit, and that's about it. That have got up there, had a little bit of a look around, and come. I'm not excusing them because it was bad policing.
Yeah, no.
But I understand why they done it. It's not like there's a big mystery about it.
Because the thing is, they didn't know how she got me in the first place. They thought that there's a fire escape that's on the top floor, and you go out there, you're not the fire escape. But if she was in that kind of condition, she could have fallen, and died that way. But then they're saying that there's like a stairwell that led up onto the roof as well, but that was actually wired off by like a fire alarm or some kind of like security. So the door was actually pushed open, then the alarm would go off. But groups have gone up there after this year over over the last, actually pushed on that door, and the alarm did not go off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you've got an alarm system in place that's been proven not to work.
Yeah.
So they're shodding us. So there's your question, or people's question answered to the lids on top of the water tanks. Were they down? Were they not? Well, they probably weren't, because they can't even have the alarms turned on the doors that they're supposed to have. So it's not difficult to understand that it's a bit of a flea-ridden hotel, because it is. It's not a top of the range hotel. I've tracked. This will be on my video. I'll come out in a few days. But it isn't a mystery to me how she got onto the roof. I can't prove it, but it isn't a mystery to me how she got onto the roof. It's really easy. You look at the video footage and the answers are there, because she turns left. When she goes left, she's going down. It's like a giant letter E, the Cecil Hotel. All this will be on the video that I'll bring out in a few days. I've been editing it and that, but I wanted to do this with you tonight before. I didn't want to release it until I'd done this with you.
No,
she turns left. You're right, man. She turns left, straight to where there's a fire escape ladder, straight to the roof. Yeah, she's found, and the bits of the clothing has bits of white grit in it. The roof of the Cecil Hotel is full of white grit. So you got the fact she's found on a water tank in the roof. She disappears in the direction of access to the roof. She's found with particulates, which explain why she's got that in the roof. She climbed up onto the roof. She got all that bits of shit on it. If you look at the air conditioning unit, there is a ladder that leads to the top of it. There's a ramp. There's a ladder that leads to the top of it. Okay.
Yeah.
When you get to the top of that air conditioning unit, you've got a drop onto the top of the water tanks. This will be in my video. So you can trace her coming out of the elevator, walking down the corridor, bypassing the stairwell, going back down towards the community corridor, turning left again, climbing onto the fire escape, going up to the top, going in a diagonal straight over to the air conditioning unit, going up the ramp stairs, hitting a ladder at the base of the air conditioning unit, climbing to the top, standing on top of the air conditioning unit, which then brings the two nearest water tanks into play, one of which is the one she was found in, and then dropping onto the top of that. The hatch to the water tank was open, in she goes.
But why would she take her clothes off?
It's a paradoxical undressing.
There's two things. One lot of people say that she took her clothes off before she went in. Then another one stated that she went in with her clothes on, and because she was sinking rather quickly, your clothes get heavy, don't they, when they're wet?
Yeah.
Drag you down. She started to undress herself while she was actually in the water itself. So there's two different stories on that one. One that she took them off and then put them in with her. Why would she put her clothes in the water with her? She's taking them off on the top of the tank. That don't make sense. So the only other one what makes sense is that she's somehow got in there, probably gone for a swim, couldn't get out, her clothes are soaking wet. She's trying to take her clothes off to get the buoyancy back up so she can try to lift herself up. There wasn't enough room for her to lift herself up to pull herself out, and that's how she drowned.
She was 5'5".
Yeah.
Right. Even the tanks were supposed to have been half full at the time, between half and 3/4 full. There would not have been enough buoyancy for her to reach there, given her arm length, given her an overall length of just over 6'5". She still would not have been able to reach the lid of the tank. So there is no way when she went in, even with the buoyancy, that she could have reached the lid of that tank. It's a physical impossibility. When she's gone in that tank, there's such a state called paradoxical undressing.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's where it's like a hypothermic state. Okay. And it's as your body temperature rises, even though you're actually feeling cold. So you feel the need to take off your clothes. It's famous. It's people that have gone into the water from shipwrecks and things like that. It's called paradoxical undressing. She will have been removing her clothes to try and cool down, even though she was freezing to death or probably feeling the effects of onset hypothermia. She was taking off her clothes to try and cool herself down. It's a well-known phenomenon. It happens in Arctic conditions as well when people freeze to death. They start to feel hot, so they take off the clothes. Yeah, paradoxical undressing. You'll find it's all there on the internet, all the info about it.
If you start freezing, your clothes are all wet. I normally say you got to try and make a fire quick as you can. Well, she ain't going to be able to make a fire anyway in black and white. But they say that you've got to try to dry your clothes off quickly, otherwise you are going to go into deep thermia. So
she's on 4 medications for bipolar disorder. She's showing signs of distress. On her social media, she's mentioned suicide, even in passing, but she's mentioned suicide. Her mental state is open for all to see, all on her social media. It's all there for her to see. She was suffering, she was ill, and maybe she wasn't getting the help that she needed at that time. Yeah, she was probably let down by a shoddy investigation, and it's just been, it's been a massive kind of like a free for all ball ache since then. But there's the theory, I think someone threw in, but there's nothing to suggest anybody else was up there because the police would have seen something. Now, how has he got her in there? If they've got her up onto the roof, they would have had to have done it. She would have to have done it voluntarily because she would have had to go up the fire escape because the door was allegedly locked, even though the alarm wasn't locked. The alarm wasn't on. She would have had to have gone up there voluntarily anyway. There's no evidence that anybody was there with her. There's nobody on any of the footage. Everybody was accounted for in the hotel at the time. There's no marks of anything on her body that she was thrown in or any kind of struggle marks on her. No on her epithelials under her fingernails. Nothing. That rape victims have skin underneath the fingernails from scratching at their attackers or trying to do something.
Well, talk about that. Go on, carry on. I'll tell you what I heard from someone else on this social media, which I thought was a bit. Well,
go on, yeah.
someone on here who we know quite well said that she was actually raped, but on the death certificate there isn't anything about rape. But they did say something about there was a hole or some kind of punch mark near the buttocks on her anal. But everyone's thinking, well, because there's a, that could have been where she was trying to get into the actual water tank herself, right? Caught her backside on or something. But it doesn't prove that she was raped, does it?
Well, she was she actually had a mark behind her knee, is where it was. Was it not behind her knee, at the back of her knee? She had a mark.
All right.
And well, she had anal prolapse and bleeding, blood pooling around the anus.
Yeah.
When she was found, so there's sort of like some conjecture that the reason to that is because she was anally raped. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that a rape and fingernail kit, they claim that it was taken, but whether it was processed or not is again under conjecture. Yeah. So they're saying that it's been done, but it hasn't been released that it was ever processed and the results of that ever put forward. But there was anal prolapsing and blood pooling in her anus in the actual autopsy. And you can see her autopsy online. It's easy enough to get.
Yeah, it's in this book here as well. Medical report, which a lot of people thought, hang on a minute, the medical report was also edited. It said it could not be determined. Then it was crossed out and then put under accident. Now, the dates on here, the authorities reckon it's both the 6th, 18th, 13, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
But that was on, it could not be determined. But on this one here, it clearly looks to me, and if you do a Google search or whatever on the same kind of like medical report, when they turned it over to an accident, even the police, the officer in charge said, if you look carefully, it's both says the 6th, 18th, 13. But the one which I'm seeing on here, the accident is 6/15, and so what they might have done, put it down as accident, and changed it over to could not be determined, and then crossed it back out to keep it as original an accident. Because on here, it definitely looks like a 15 and not 18.
Yeah, I mean, they're saying the reason for that being apparently that it's not a 5, it's just an 8 lay on its side. It's the way that it's
on there.
I know, and that's what a lot of people have said. It's because it does. When I've seen it, it does. But the guy who wrote it out said no. He sometimes scribbles fast, and he's just missed part of the top of it out, and it's actually an 8. So it's the same date because it's gone as accidental. Sorry, Steve. Go on.
Well, if he's done an error on the actual dating, they should have made a fresh report, and destroyed that one.
Well, you would think they do, but they don't, because they don't have to by law or by but whatever you call it, they don't have to do that. All they have to do is initial it. It's like if it's called into question, they can say, "No, I knew about that because I was the one who wrote it. Here's my initials." Because you do an exam now, if you make a mistake, you can cross it out. You can put the right answer in, but you have to sign the mistake that you made, so that the examiner knows that you've changed it.
Yeah, I think he did sign it actually. Apart from the first on the first bit.
Yeah, he signed it.
When he put it as under, what is it?
There is a signature because of the mistake when they changed their mind. Yeah.
He's put down like under where it could not be determined. It's crossed out and put error.
Yeah, and then he signed it, hasn't he? Or initialed it.
Water tank.
Yeah.
Was operation performed for any condition stated above? So he didn't do like a proper operation or autopsy by looks of things. So it says.
No, there was 2, wasn't there? There was a Lang, a Dr. Lang also done an autopsy.
Prior examination review by the ME. Body tag, yes. X-ray, yes. At scene photos, yes. Clothing, didn't tick that off. Although the clothing was found in the same tank, I would have put, like, you know, possibly, I don't know, with clothing, if she was wearing clothing, yeah, but she wasn't wearing clothing, so they probably didn't really tick that one. Med records, they didn't put nothing about medical records on there. At scene photos, they took 23 photo scenes there. Case circumstances.
To me, this has always been about people wanting it to be more than it actually is, and dragging it out longer than it needs to be because of what they want it to be.
Toxicology specimens: heart, blood, bile, liver, spleen, and brain.
You've also got to remember that a big part of the actual autopsy report's redacted, so that members of the public can't see it. It's xeroxed out or blurred out. The notes, you get in the main bits about the different parts, like the endocrine system and the gastrointestinal system and things like that, but a big part about the actual notes are missed out.
What's on that book. That's all what's on that one. I don't know.
That's right, okay. No, I've got it. I can send you a copy of it if you're ever interested in it. But
I'm interested in having a look at it. That's all what I've ever seen.
No, there's a lot more to it. I mean, obviously, they like I say, they've done they tested the nervous system and all the other bits. They tested the cervix, like the urinary tract, and obviously they've got to do a full stuff, the respiratory system and stuff, because they have to do that. You know, the abdominal cavity and all the different areas. That's part of what they have to do. But that is, you've seen a very small part of that there. What you're actually getting is not the full autopsy. I've got the full autopsy report, and it is alluded to about the fact she's on medication.
Well,
pardon?
I'll have to see that.
Yeah. And what Mag says is true as well, because you only need a very small amount of water to drown in anyway. And you've also got the fact that due to, like I say, putrefaction and the body breaking down, even people that have drowned, water doesn't always necessarily found inside the lungs, even if they drown.
I didn't know you can use clothes as a buoyancy. I thought when your clothes get wet, you sink. That's it. Mind you, I can't swim, so I wouldn't know. The only thing I can do is a doggy paddle, but no, my luck.
I think for her to make flotation devices, that would have been noted that she'd tied the ends to because you got to contain air within them by tying the ends off and making them into balloons and that. And
yeah.
You know, she went. I think she went in there fully clothed. She didn't have a clue what she was doing. She was wandering around. She was messing about. She was freaking out. I don't know. But she ended up on the roof. She climbed on top of the ventilation system. She ended up on the top of the tank. She then ended up inside the tank. She ended up dead. I don't think it was a spirit. I don't think it was a demon. I don't think she was trying to commit suicide. I sort of believe the accidental death thing. I think it's tragic. And the sensationalism that surrounds it detracts from the person. You know, not if you actually do a little bit of research into Elisa Lam as a person, she was a human being. You know, she had hopes, she had hobbies, she had dreams. She fell in love with people. She liked music. She liked art. She was into photography, and all that gets forgotten about because she's just some girl in a tank. And that's what TV puts across. That's what books put across. That's what YouTube puts across in the internet. They don't pay attention to any of her poetry, any of her writings. You know, and she was a deep character. There was a lot going on with the girl. And it's like Elisa Lam is just a body. It's not a person.
Well, I'll say, like, I have seen a couple of videos on YouTube where a guy actually went in depth to research as much as he could on Elisa Lam, from, like, the day she opened her Twitter account or Instagram or Facebook, you know. He read all of her blogs and everything, yeah. And he wanted to keep her alive because after she went missing, I don't know if it's her parents or the authorities, got all of them taken down. There's only a couple which might still be around, which people have, like, put on done, But yeah, you was right earlier. She did mention on one of her blogs. I don't know why I'm still on. It's because of the medication we was on, putting it down.
There are a lot of her social media still available. They're all there for you to see. You can see them. You can see her pictures. You can see that she wasn't an happy person. If you look at her social media,
yeah, but her main
find pictures of her. Her Twitter account's still there. Her Tumblr account's still there. Her Instagram account's still there. That's the only one. You see, this is it. People are saying that all her social media accounts are gone, and no, they're not. Her blog's still there. Instagram, Twitter. She's got 2 other things as well. There's about 5 or 6 still online. There's loads of it. There's loads of stuff left online for her. She's still there, mate. I follow them just out of respect. I've read them. I've studied them. You know, that's how sometimes I feel so sorry for the girl, because she is sensationalized as just being a body in a water tank on top of a roof, and this could have happened and that could have happened, and people are just making shit up to suit the narrative, and it's disrespectful to her and her family, because if it was somebody else's daughter or somebody else's son who it had happened to, I'm fairly sure they'd have a different kind of view. Exactly. And that's what I was saying before, Steve. You know, she was on 4 without a mood stabilizer.
I know. I know with medication, like, you know, my antidepressants, if I don't take them, it can be very dangerous. Apparently, what my doctor said, you can't stop them. You can slowly reduce them, but you can't stop them like that because it can kill you. And I'm on pain.
She would say things like, you did not understand what I am. I am love. I am pleasure. I am essence. I am an idiot. I am an alcoholic. I am tenacious. I am a painter. I am. You are a shit. Stuff like that. No matter how much I feel, I'm not going to let it out. If I have to cry, I'm going to cry on the inside. If I have to bleed, I'll bruise. If my heart starts going crazy, I'm not going to tell everyone in the world about it. It doesn't help anything. It just makes everyone's life worse. Look into her words. People don't look into her words. She's crying out for help months and months and months before she goes missing. She was unhappy. She was bipolar. She was having a psychotic episode. She didn't get abducted by a ghost. You know, there's other things in there, like there was invisibility. There was light soldiers wearing invisibility cloaks that were testing out new devices that kidnapped her. I mean, come on. People have said that because she was talking about an invisibility cloak that a Canadian company had allegedly invented. And it's like, there's no mystery around that. She was a Harry Potter fan. She liked the idea of invisibility and spells and cloaks and all that. Like I said, she was a real person. But that just massively gets lost in all of this with her, you know? I mean, people sort of tie her into the ILA, the Invisible Light Agency, which was a company that was based near the Cecil Hotel. It was a special effects company, which was only open for a couple of months and then completely disappeared. But because there was an invisible light agency near there, and Elisa Lam mentions an invisibility cloak, people come up with this theory that the government were testing out a stealth suit, and it was like a special advanced warrior, special advanced super soldier wearing a stealth suit that abducted her and killed her on the rooftop to see if it all worked, and they could like report the results back to the government. And that's what you see in the elevator. When you said before, oh, you can see it looks like this is happening and that's happening in the elevator, that's what spawned that theory, because people would say, you can see movement in the elevator, I've seen the footage, oh, it must be somebody wearing a stealth suit, they're wearing an invisibility cloak, and all sorts of shit comes out, you know what I mean? It detracts from the fact that a young girl died because the medication wasn't working for her. She wasn't happy in her life, and she died alone and lost on top of a shitty little hotel rooftop in downtown LA.
Well, there was another theory, weren't there, that she worked in a university where she was doing stuff for TB, and it's like a few days after they found a body, an outbreak of TB appeared, and then suddenly this so-called miracle cure comes out under Lam Elisa.
Yeah, yeah. I know what you're talking about with the Lam Elisa thing.
So do you think that she might have contracted TB and, started spreading it around when she was alive, and, like possibility that they found it on a autopsy and they've had to
Well, there
make
was a
a magic quick medical cure and named it under Lam Alicia?
Well, there was the outbreak, weren't they, in Skid Row, which was the same year. So they started TB testing in the same area, and it was you're on about the Lam Elisa thing, aren't you? Yeah, the testing kit for it's I've got it up here. It's lipoparabinum enzyme linked immunosorbent assay, or Lam Elisa, and it's used to measure antibodies and proteins. Part of that test is also what they use now for COVID-19 blood tests. But that's been a test and been around as a test long before Elisa Lam went missing.
Yeah, I know, but it still sounds a bit weird though, having it named as Lam Alicia, and it was Alicia Lam who went missing though. After she was working in university, what done stuff for TB.
What she was doing at university was photography and fashion.
Well, someone mentioned that she was working under some kind of medical research in Canada.
No. This is another thing. She was a fashion student and an art student. One of the weird things is there's very few photographs of Elisa on her social media. Very few. But there are a lot of pictures of another woman, a model, obviously modeling fashion designs, whose name is Elisa. Weirdly, but very few pictures of her. There's a picture of her own feet. There's a picture of her taking a selfie in the mirror, but the phone covers her own face where she's got a hoodie on. Very few pictures of her in her own social media.
Yeah.
She doesn't like the fact that she thought she had fat legs. So she I'm not saying she had complete body dysmorphia, but she wasn't happy about her own body. She would say, what was one of them now? There's one she said something about. Well, I think it was something like, when I'm in bed, I think about life and death, and neither one interests me. Which is a bit weird to say, isn't it? It's like, I'm not bothered if I'm alive or I'm dead.
Yeah.
So when people sort of I'm not saying she was suicidal, but when people doubt a mental state and the fact that she was bipolar, because you can read other things that she wrote, and she's massively, massively happy. I've just found, I've got one up because I've done a load of notes because, like I said, I've made a video myself, and she's put, I feel so lucky that I met such a wonderful, awesome guy. He makes what pain and anger I feel meaningless. He understands my humour and has such beautiful, intelligent eyes. What broken heart. Why would I ever think of killing myself? What disappointment with those I trust most. People just see the dead body in the water tank, mate, and they make up things. Even Netflix, even TV documentaries. And you've got to ask yourself this: when you see these interviews of these people that are talking on these documentaries, are you seeing all the footage? No. Tons of it will be cut. Tons of it.
I actually feel sorry for that Pueblo guy because although he did stay there, he was there a year before she went missing, but he got pulled out and accused that he went over and murdered her. And he was just like a normal guy who had a bit of a weird passion of, doing, dark kind of like music.
Oh, so, yeah, you're on about Morbid.
Yeah. His name is...
Go on. I know it. Go on.
Pablo, whatever his fucking name is.
Very close. Yeah.
I'll pass you a link where he's actually been interviewed on that one. But
they've interviewed him.
People have interviewed him, in the past.
All right, okay.
This one was February 15th of February. Someone.
All right. Well, I have to confess that I haven't watched the Netflix series. That is something I've not watched. I've seen everybody talking about it, but I've seen that many sort of like documentaries on what went on, and so many theories about what happened to her, and I feel sorry for the person. I'm gutted for her family.
Dying.
You know, you've got daughters. It's crap, innit? It's shit, innit? You know, but people, that's not important. It's, she was found and she was all decayed, and people were drinking her when she was decaying, and all the water were black. And that don't matter. Jesus Christ, that doesn't matter, does it? Surely.
Yeah, see this one, Pablo. Entertainment Tonight uploaded
Iron Mags.
And that was like, it states on the 15th of February, you had 81,000 views, and it said he opens up about his accusations he received online, which he says wildfire following the death of Elisa Lam at Cecil Hotel. February revealed that he doesn't have his own conclusion about the mysterious conversation surrounding Lam's death, and says there's always going to be that mystery. Right, but this guy got pulled down on social media as if like he killed her.
Yeah,
but he proved on Netflix, I think it was, that he was there, but a year previous, because he showed all the receipts, like bookings, the hotel stamps, and all that kind of shit. Yeah, but he was there. He got pulled down on social media, saying that he killed her, and it turned his life upside down. He's not interested in music much nowadays. He's trying to get back into it. But suicidal thoughts. He went on chronic antidepressant tablets.
Yeah, he was admitted into hospital. Are you on about Morbid, that Pablo Vergara? Yeah.
So, people on social media need to get fucking things right before they start, accusing people. That's why.
I agree with that.
I know I'll get things wrong, but I'm only getting things wrong because I read and watch other people's fucking shit.
I think tonight you've tried to come at all of it with a very balanced opinion, actually.
I'm only saying what I've seen and what I've heard, and I think it possibly is an accidental death. She's probably out of it, with her medication.
Yeah, I agree with that.
When I started going like even low and disorientated, and I felt dizzy, and the side effects of the medication. So if she was on like several types, you just don't know what kind of like situation could put her in, and especially with bipolar as well.
You've got her also. She's on Sudafed and ibuprofen, so she's taking 6 medications, 4 prescription, 2 over the counter. I mean, another thing about her being found is she was found in floating face up. Or drowning victims, bodies found in water are normally found floating face down. Yeah?
Yeah.
That doesn't get mentioned a lot. She was found floating face up. Her face was above the waterline. Her mouth and nose were out of the water.
It said that, like, I don't know, it's Simon or Mags. You can actually drown in about 3 inches of water.
Yeah, you can, yeah.
Her being in the water tank, it's just like the mystery of her getting up there. If she was like so fucking like phased out, I wouldn't want to fucking climb up a bloody fire escape unless you went down the hallway and up the fire escape through that way and through the door which wasn't alarmed.
If you, I think, sorry, Steve, I think if you're assuming that that's what she wanted to do, because that's the only way it works. If you think that's what she was intending to do, then that's the only mystery. But if you think, no, she wasn't thinking right, then that's obviously why she done it, because she wasn't thinking right. That's why she done it. She, it wasn't difficult. Like I say, it'll be on the video and you'll see it and you'll think, yeah, that makes sense. And I think the police, I'm no forensic scientist, I'm not. And I'm fairly sure the police would look at that and thought, yeah, that's pretty much how she's done it. But they can't prove it, so they can't say it. But it's the most likely, because all the others are least likely. There's only so many ways she can get onto the roof.
But how did she know that the water tanks are up there? That's another thing.
How can she what?
How did she know the water tanks were up there unless she just went up there and saw the water tanks and thought, oh, let's go for a swim.
Because you can see them from ground. You can see them from the street.
Oh, right.
You can see the water tanks from the street. I've got some photos of that. You'll see. I don't want to say too much because I want this video to be about you and not what I'm doing.
Well, there is pictures of the Cecil Hotel here. Some of them, you know, you can actually all the way up to the top. But this one,
I don't actually know. Mags. If I'm honest, sorry, I've only just seen it because I've got a video editor open. My computer's running really slow, so I'm struggling to catch up with the chat. I don't know if she was, but she was given the medication that she was on. I would have to say, yeah. And like I said, she wasn't on any mood stabilizing drugs, even though she was on antipsychotics and antispasmodics, you know, muscle relaxant type of things. She was on SNRIs and SSRIs and the norepinephrine dopamine reuptake. So she was off her head. It can induce delusions, hallucinations, and paranoia, and massive amounts of confusion just off the Wellbutrin, which is Beprioprin, I think, in this country, something like that. You'll have to look it. I think it's something you'll have to look on the internet.
On these photos in the book, there's only like about 5-6 pages of photos, yeah. Mostly with the Cecil Hotel and some of the people who have been interviewed. But in here, you can't actually see the water tanks from the actual ground floor. If you're in the building across the road, then yeah, you can.
All right, wait.
But on these ones, you can't see nothing.
No.
From here. And
will you share this picture?
yeah, hold on. Yep. But in there, it just shows you like the water tanks of like an air view, or they ain't, so you're on that one. They didn't show you.
You can see the water tanks from the street. That's my first attempt at trying to find it as well. You can see the water tanks from the street.
No, the ones they've got is the ones at the front of the building, mostly, and on top of the building, and like looking across the building. So what Polly's saying, that she's like come in, saw the water tanks, and decide later, like, you know, fuck it, I'm gonna go up to the water tanks and jump in and commit suicide.
I don't know that side of it, whether she committed suicide. I would say with working with people with mental health in the past, that it doesn't show the signs of a suicide, because there are much easier ways of doing that, especially women. Men are more likely to be successful at committing suicide than women, especially young men in the 20s, late teens, early 20s, are more likely to be successful at committing suicide. Men are more likely to choose a method of committing suicide which they don't really put as much thought into it as women do about how the bodies might be found. So for the most part, a man would be more likely to jump from a building than a woman. I'm not saying a woman wouldn't at all, because of course that's not the case. But a man is more likely to be successful at a suicide because of the type of means that he will take to do it. Whereas a female, a woman, a girl is more likely to use means which are going to be less destructive. I know that sounds weird, but they're more likely to take pills, or they're more likely to cut the wrists. In some cases, hang themselves. A man's more likely to shoot himself, or stand in front of a train, or jump off a building, which is absolute total destruction. And the stats of it. So I would say no. If she's suicidal, I don't think she would have jumped into a tank to drown herself. I don't think she knew what she was doing, Steve. I just don't. I think she was getting gradually worse. She was freaking out the people that were sharing the room with her. She was suffering badly from the effects of medication, or lack of medication. And you can see that in her mannerisms in the elevator footage. She found herself up onto the roof. She ended up in the water tank, and unfortunately she died. I agree with that. That's everything I've been trying to say. I agree with that completely. That is totally my point.
Yeah, well, it's like any so-called like Courtney location, people make money off it, don't they? Stanley Hotel, Bobby Mackey's,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
30 East Drive here in the UK. They do it for money.
Yeah, absolutely.
They
Yeah,
not
of course.
business because they ain't getting the people in the hotel. Well, how else can we do it? Oh, publicity, TV, news, interviews.
Yeah.
I still think that Amy wasn't. I think she was hiding some stuff that she would be willing to give up, and she wasn't showing any kind of emotion whatsoever on her interview.
I don't see why she should. I don't see why she should be massively distraught and crying in front of the TV cameras 8 years after it happened about a woman she never knew.
But you still would show a little bit of emotion. I would.
Listen, if I've seen people talk about seeing somebody murdered. I've seen people talk about war experiences, and they don't betray any emotion at all. But it doesn't mean they're not feeling any. So I understand what you're saying, but just because she isn't showing it on her face doesn't mean she doesn't think anything. I think
unless there's been 100 deaths already there. Emotion.
Yeah.
She knows what it's all about. It's just that a lot of people saying, "Well, where's she emotion?" She should be. Feeling. I know she said that. She feels sorry for the family.
Absolutely.
And a lot of people stated that things should have been done better than what has been done.
Absolutely.
Her mum, first of all, she should have been ringing up the authorities straight away. I think we're going to be pissed off about that.
Oh yeah, and as they should be. I mean, when you look at with the Amy Price thing, what I think, excuse me, or what isn't lost on me is this: at the end of the day, excuse me, she's been found inside the water tank, as we know. Yeah, she's been found dead inside the water tank. And if there's any kind of cover-up, if there is any kind of cover-up, it's not because they're involved in a death directly. It's because they knew that they might be took to court for their negligence over her death. And that's what was concerning her. So that's what they were trying to protect, if they were trying to protect anything. I don't think it's because people who worked at the hotel killed her. I don't think it's that. Indirectly they did, because if she managed to get into the water tank, I think that it's more a case of shit. The police are going to be all over us, and the family are going to sue us. And guess what? The family did try to sue them. The family did try to sue them. But the court ruled against it, because the court said, how is the hotel supposed to know that somebody's going to try and climb inside the water tank?
Well, I think a lot of other people were saying, well, you've got CCTV in the elevators. Where's all the other CCTV? You got it in the main, as you get into the main building, the reception, and you've probably got a few other kind of like CCTV cameras, looking around the hotel. But the people who's done investigations in there state there's no CCTV cameras along the hallways or on the corner. There might be some on the stairwell, but not on the actual kind of flight of the stairs you go up. So when you go up to floor level 5, and you go out onto the main hallway, there's no CCTV cameras facing down the hallways, and that's on every kind of landing, every floor. So
there is a camera on every single level on the stairwell.
Yeah, on the stairwell, but not on the landing, not on the.
There is supposed to be 2 on nearly every landing. One is just outside the washrooms, I believe. There's one there on every floor, but not on every landing, not on every corridor. But I will say this: if there isn't one on the corridor, then they can't show you footage of a camera that doesn't exist. A lot of people go on about the missing camera footage and why don't they show you the camera footage? And my question is this, or rather my statement is this: if I do an investigation and I have 200 hours worth of video footage from multiple cameras, what is the point in me showing you 199 and a half hours of nothing if there is nothing there to show you? All I'm going to release is the half hour where there might be something worth seeing.
Yeah, true.
So even that isn't a mystery, really. I mean, the footage that they released is the bit of footage that they thought was relevant, which is the footage of her in the elevator. And even a big chunk of that isn't relevant. Like the elevator going up and down between the floors. It's why are they even showing that, you know?
I still can't figure out why there's a minute missing. Like, it's only a minute. Why didn't you keep the fucking full minute? It's that people have like looked into it and researched the video left, right, and centre, and they said it's just a minute. So what happened in that minute?
54 seconds.
Maybe some people don't want to watch the 54 seconds because there's nothing. It's only 54 seconds. It's going to take 54 seconds for you to watch it to see if anything was there or not.
Yeah, but I mean, if there isn't anything there, there's no point in showing it. So there's no point in being there as well. That's sort of the thing. It's like they ruled out the two guys she was with, that she was seen carrying a box in the hallway. So that footage isn't relevant.
Well, released. They actually said the police that they saw the footage of the guys. And they went through the whole footage of the the TV cameras and put down saying no, they weren't really involved. But when they started investigating her disappearance, they put everything.
Your audio keeps cutting out, Steve.
Don't know why. Let me try changing the mic over.
Yeah, it's okay because you just missed big chunks out of that.
Right, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, you're good.
I can't hear you now. Hang on a minute. Volume's gone down.
Yeah, I love it. Love it.
Down.
Oh, hello.
Right, how about that?
I can hear you.
I think I'm on. Hang on a minute. Yeah, I'm on the webcam one now. So
I can hear you.
When they actually got the call saying that she went missing, right? They went to her room and they went through everything, right?
Yeah.
But they didn't go through everything because they didn't go through the box where the book came from. It's only when they was watching the video, the police, that they noticed that two guys came in with a box. Yeah. So they went back to get the box to find what was in the box, and they found out it's from the bookstore. So they didn't actually go through all the belongings and check all the belongings when they first went there. So they did.
No, and pretty much as soon as she was reported missing, the hotel had already moved everything into the basement, which is why did a mobile phone go missing as well? There's lots of what ifs and buts, but it doesn't mean she was murdered.
No, but
all it means is shoddy investigation, doesn't it? That's all.
Yeah.
I mean, what could once she's a missing person, so that kind of evidence isn't necessary. If they suspect murder, then they've got to look for motives, which is a totally different thing again. That's exactly what I said, Mags, earlier in the stream. That cutting out innocent people. They didn't bother releasing the footage of the guys in the foyer because they were ruled out. There could have been somebody passing the entrance to the elevator who didn't want to use the elevator while the video footage was open and the doors were open, so they've just cut it out. Why have them there if they're not relevant? There's lots of reasons why, but just because it doesn't necessarily mean that it's foul play. The hard facts are that she was bipolar, she was suffering from a mental illness, and she died accidentally because of it.
So some people say that, the guys from the bookstore could have been behind it, They could have been the guys who followed her, who delivered the book, probably somehow got into the hotel without being videoed a second time. And could have been along that hallway where she was caught on camera in the actual elevator, but they weren't seen because there's no camera there. Now, what I said about the cameras along the hallway, I think they only been putting cameras in over the last 5-6 years or so. I don't think they was there when she went missing.
See, what the thing is what people are forgetting, or what they're choosing to ignore to add to all that, is if there is somebody that we're not seeing on that footage, that somebody will appear somewhere else in some footage. To get off or out of the elevator, they would appear on the footage within either the elevator 1 or elevator 2. If they go down the stairs, that will be seen on any of the stairwells on any of that video footage. The fact that there's no other video footage been released is because nobody else was seen at that time and everybody else could be ruled out. They would be seen. It's not that we're not seeing somebody who isn't there. The reason that we're not seeing anybody is because there was nobody there. That is why the police haven't released any footage, because the CCTV on the stairs didn't get any because there was nobody there, and on all the subsequent landings there wasn't. Because if you look at the time frame, it's supposed to be around about the time of the hour. If you look at it again, the timestamp which goes in corresponds with the day flips over, which means it's flipped over to the day that she should have signed out. It flipped over from the night of the second day she stayed there to the very early hours, as in 00.01 a.m. of the third day when she should have been checking out. It was the middle of the night.
Another thing is, some people say it could be a conspiracy between the hotel and the police. Police being bought off, keep their mouth shut, only release certain bits, which were the non-important bits, apart from the actual elevator clip, and that's it. Maybe like there is some kind of conspiracy, and they're trying to like keep it quiet, lid kept on. That's what some people are saying.
I think you're talking about, yeah, I understand what you're saying. A hotel that's having to rent out some of its floors as communal to anybody who's willing to pay the rent or pay the fees, because they haven't got the high-class clientele that they want because of the area that it's in. They've not got the clout or the monetary backing behind them to pay off the Los Angeles Police Department because one other person's gone missing. Out of all the murders, all the kidnappings, rapes, shootings, all the robberies, one more person. In fact, the only reason that they say they even made a perfunctory effort at trying to search for a body on a couple of occasions was because she was a Canadian. If she'd have been somebody from LA, they wouldn't have even tried half as hard as they did.
Mm.
I this is just me, but I don't see the conspiracy in this. I see reasons why they've done people have done what they've done. I've seen probably not the best, most thorough investigating. I feel like she's been let down by the police. I feel like she was let down by the coroners. Probably didn't really give too much of a shit. While she was a Canadian citizen, did she not have dual nationality for Hong Kong?
I don't think she was born in Hong Kong, was she? I think she was born in Canada.
No, but I think she dual nationality.
Yeah.
Because she still kept a Chinese name. We know her as Elisa Lam.
Yeah.
So I don't know. To me, it really doesn't. It doesn't smell of a massive conspiracy. It sort of like has the unfortunate air of shoddy investigation, and a young woman taking medication who was really unhappy in life and unfortunately ended up on the roof of an hotel in downtown LA and ended up dying inside a water tank. I mean, there's people that say, well, the same kind of thing happened in that film Dark Water.
I watched that.
Did you see it?
Yeah, as soon as someone mentioned it, I had to watch it. About that girl, that woman girl moving to the hotel when all water keeps falling through the roof.
Yeah. What do you think of it?
Well, at first I thought, well, what's this to do with like Elisa Lam? But it's a child who ends up in a water tank, and she's been neglected by her parents. They both fucked off. Now I didn't understand. Did they, leave after she went missing, or did they conspire her and by putting her into the water tank, then disappearing?
There's another good
in that bit. It was kind of strange, but
there's another fact there that's absolutely true, which I actually neglected to mention before. That's also true. Yeah, she was asked to leave a theatre because she was acting weird. So you've got in the couple of days run up to it, she was acting weird. She wasn't right. She was having an episode.
Yeah.
So it's not like she was totally fine, went missing, and there's no marks to suggest a struggle, nothing at all. No other person. Everybody could be accounted for in the hotel. No video footage of anybody else. I don't understand. It's because what has drove this story about Elisa Lam is because she looks freaky in that video. That is it. That's all. And then loads of different theories have come about because of that. Oh, she was speaking to somebody. She's possessed by a demon. And it's gone from there, you know.
How long has it been going on? 2013. You're talking about...
Well, 8 years.
10, 12 years?
8 years.
8 years.
Yeah.
And people are still looking into it, you know, like researching it, thinking that there is something completely different to it. That she didn't go in the tank herself and that she was falsely put in.
Yeah, but all of these people are wannabe professionals, Steve. None of them are professionals. All these people are people that either make documentaries or have YouTube channels or write books or whatever.
Well,
The government, exactly. But the Canadian government isn't looking into it. Her family aren't trying. Got private investigators into it. The police aren't doing it. All the actual people who did investigate it in the first place, they're not doing anything about it. It's all the people that
we're not actually really investigating. Oh, we're just talking about it and
exactly. But that's my point. It's like the reason it's being kept alive is anything other than a tragic act. Everybody wanting it to be something apart from a tragic accident. That's all. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, not me. Right from the beginning, I thought, yeah, that sounds right. I mean, I do counselling for people with mental health issues, and you know, we understand the medication people take and the side effects because of it and stuff. See, exactly.
So I don't know how many cameras they have, but I know over time, you know, like they put more cameras on, and like they said, like with the door that leads onto the roof, they state that was set alarm. The alarm was set up, but after people have been there and investigating, there was one video which was on YouTube. Can't remember the name because I've watched so many over the last month or two. Yeah, I've not even started yet, but one group went up there. They stayed in the hotel. They visited the level 5 and went up to level 14 where, you know, they done the mucking around, you know, the elevator game as well, you know, kind of thing. They reckon that could lead to the portal of hell if you press it in the right combination.
Allegedly so, yeah.
But they done that. Then they came out, went up the hallway, they followed the stairs up to the top, and one of the guy said, oh, like, it's supposed to be alarmed. And let's see if it is alarmed, you know, we get kicked out. And he actually punched the door and no alarm set off at all.
Yeah.
So I said, well, is it a faulty alarm? Or, you know, is your alarm disconnected? Could it be a silent alarm? But in the silent alarm, we'd have, like, you know, got the security running up after them, finding out what's going on. But no security arrived on that floor. So really, you know, is it down to, you know, 40 videoing? Because, you know, 54 seconds, you know, I know what you're saying, but a lot of people are saying, you know, there's something dicey there, you know, they've either cut it out or, like you said, there's a chunk there which they thought, you know, it's not worth watching.
What you've got to also remember is the people that are saying there's something not right are the people who don't believe the official explanation. You've not got one person, right, who does believe the official explanation, saying there's something not right by very definition. It's always somebody who's, I'm not willing to accept that. It doesn't make sense because they have listened to other videos on YouTube or they've listened to other things. It's Chinese whispers, isn't it? It's rumors going about. That's what it is. But it's like, it's not massively difficult to understand. It's not massively difficult to understand. That is also true. On one occasion for that particular team, he actually allowed them to get access to do it. It activated downstairs, Yeah,
I know. There is a lot of videos where some people said they kicked the door or punched the door and nothing happened. But there was a video, like Meg said, there was a video where security did actually let them in. Let them on. You know, I thought that's a bit stupid myself, you know, after what's happened. unless he was there, constantly, making sure nothing's going to happen. They weren't going to climb up onto a water tank and fall in or something. But he's still, if you look on the roof, the fencing around there's not that high. It's only about 3 foot, I think. So anyone could just lean over and fall over the top and fucking plump to the left to the death. So having security allowing people to go onto the roof is a bit of a no-no. Oh, if I knew that, I would fucking, and I worked there, I'd have fucking sacked the guy.
I think exactly. I'm sorry, it's not nice to have to read that, but if you read Leslie's comment, it is well known where people suffering from auditory and visual hallucinations, because it is right, Steve. Now that's come from Leslie, who's who lives through it because a family member suffers from it, which is it's distressing to obviously the person suffering from it and the family as well. But it isn't a massive stretch to understand how that can be the case.
No, I wonder what their parents think after, so many years that people still talk about it. Do they just get used to it, or do they get really pissed off of it?
Well, I think that if it was one of your daughters, how would you feel? If you...
I'd be pissed off at first, yeah.
You'd what?
I'd be pissed off at first, yeah. But if it's gone constantly, over 8 years, what can you do about it, really?
Well, it's not about what they can do. Your question was, how would they feel, not what can they do?
Yeah. Well, I'd be pissed off about it.
Absolutely. I would. I agree with you. I'd be heartbroken. I'd be trying to avoid any media about it at all. I'd be hating every single person who posted something about it, or I'd be trying to ignore it because it'd be so devastating.
Because there's so many people doing it, you can't keep turning around and say, stop. You're going to get so fed up. You're just going to give up after a certain time, aren't you? After a year or two.
Well, I would say this. Why not use Elisa's unfortunate death as a rallying cry and as a poster for bringing about more attention for mental health disorders so people can get proper care, and so that it isn't looked at as being something strange and weird by people who don't understand it? Why is it not treated as that? Why is it treated as something sensational? Why has it got to be ghosts? Why demons? Why make it into something it's not? Why sensationalize it? Why not use it as a lesson to bringing about change? Why not take a positive out of it instead of keep driving the negative? But that's what people do, because that's what people do.
I know, it's a good topic to talk about, people do want to talk about, mysteries and stuff like that, but there are other options as well, like you mentioned.
At the end of the day, what you were doing tonight, and what I'm trying to do, it's thanks, Leslie. The only reason I'm saying that is because I truly believe it in my heart, 100%. I'm not just saying it. I truly believe it, because I realise the sheer terror of mental health issues and how it can be completely debilitating, and how it can tear a social structure apart. It can destroy a family. It's terrible, and it still can be looked at with an amount of stigma by people who don't understand it. And what we're doing tonight, or because I can't say what you're doing, Steve, I'm up here with you, is not, you're not trying to sensationalize it, though. I'm not saying that you're like other people. You are asking questions and we're discussing it. You're not trying to put forward a theory. You're not trying to speak badly about the girl. You are discussing it. Like you said, we're just having a chat about it. That's all we're doing.
No, it's a shame that she had all those medical problems, You can't really help her now, can you? Fucking 8 years down. I think it's down to the help what might have been available to her at the time wasn't there for her to be helped.
One of the worst things experiencing is when you're talking to somebody and you've said they've not been able to help. I can't say any names for obvious reasons, but they've not been able to help. They didn't know that their son or daughter was suicidal, and they've sat in front of me in a chair, and they're saying that you would like to think that as a parent you can protect your child, and there's nothing more soul destroying than knowing that or feeling that you never could, despite how much you tried, and that you failed.
Mm.
And I see it. I see the face of it. So to me, the Elisa Lam thing is, it's not just a girl floating in a tank. I can't look at it like that, Steve. I'm sorry. It doesn't. That's not how it comes across to me. I see the human being in it, the human element. And I think things like Netflix are sensationalizing it, just like the media does.
They do it to make money, don't they?
Yeah.
I think they can do a documentary on like someone who's got mental health issues and suddenly went missing and found in the water tank. It's a good story. It's just like, I know, like, I like watching true life event stories, that people dying over certain, like plane crashes or, like being hunted down by some fucking weird serial killer, true based stories. I do like watching those, but it's got to be something which is not going to keep affecting family and other, like, loved ones, really.
It's like, I totally understand, Steve. I get you. I mean, it's.
I don't want to see people making money out of it, kind of thing. I know people will go. It's like, people will make, like, the book, for instance, I don't think it's where he's gone out to be a millionaire by writing a book. So
if you read that, you'll see that he's not really coming from that point. That is a good book, that, Steve.
I've not read it yet. As I say, I do want to read it, but my reading, like, I could get a book and read the first 5 pages and think, fuck it, I can't be bothering. What's too boring? Put it through to the side, and, like, if you don't read the rest of the book, you don't know what part's going to be more interesting than the other part, kind of thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But that's because I'm not trying to point the finger at any individual or anything like that, because that's not my place to do it. But that is a good book on the subjects. It really is, and one of the few ones. Well, there isn't loads of them, is there really? But it's one of the few where it's balanced. So by Anderson, isn't it?
I'll put, there's just people out there, like, like you say, Netflix and, other kind of media out there who go out and make billions of that, pounds out of it. And I'm not really worried about it, really. It's just a story to them. It's like newspapers,
Yeah.
Who is it? That Melanie Kane, or whatever that name is, that young kid who went missing.
Yeah.
The newspapers were just wanting a story, because they, if they don't get a story, they're not going to sell the papers, are they?
No.
There's so many kind of like conspiracies about that poor girl going missing, and they still never found her. But there's so many stories going on about worldwide as well. People were being paid to go and like do an interview or get a story from one of the news groups, and then like, because other news groups will say, well, give us the story as well, we'll pay you like 25 grand or something, kind of thing. It's all down to like getting the story. It's not like getting the story and putting it in a perspective way. They're just doing it for the money. They don't give a shit about the person. They don't really. They don't give a shit about Elisa Lam himself. It's the money. They know they're going to make money out of a TV series.
Yeah, definitely.
Which I think is sick. Now, I know it brings back the memories of the person, of Elisa Lam, but how does her parents feel about it? Did they go to and say, "Oh, we want to make like a documentary, a series on Elisa Lam and the Cecil Hotel. We give you like $500,000 or whatever."
I am totally convinced that Elisa Lam's family is getting nothing from any of this. Nothing at all, in the slightest, one bit. No. They are living their lives, because I believe they've gone back to China. They are living their lives and trying to get over, or rather live it as best as he can with a massive big gaping hole in the heart or in the life where the daughter used to be. That's yeah, saying all that before. Absolutely. It's, it's downtown LA. Bad place. They're getting nothing out of this apart from people keep bringing up the past. You know what I mean? That's what's going on. It just is. She wasn't in a good place.
I do like watching, like Leslie said, I do like watching movies or documentaries or TV series on true crimes or true events like Alicia. But when people try to make it look different to what it is, I think that's wrong. I know, like in the past, like me and Rose and a couple other people did Ouija boards and believed that we may have been speaking to her. We can't prove we did speak to her. What was coming through the Ouija board didn't make sense after time anyway. So that's why we did a second one. And then still that didn't make sense. I kept it up, so it's always interesting to go back and watch some of the videos. Although I've not actually watched them again, but it's interesting to find out what spirits do say, if it was her or if it wasn't her. Whoever was talking to us that night said there's a lot more going on with the Cecil Hotel than anyone would know anything about. There was whoever it was talking to, I can't prove who was talking to, it could have just been, my stupidness, my brain telling me stupid things, but whatever it was, they said there's a lot more going, or a lot more went on in that hotel than anyone did know. Like there's a lot of rituals in the basement, black magic, a lot more suicides there than you'd even been told of. Let's say there probably might have been a document or some kind of document saying on police reports 20 suicides or whatever. That's what they documented. It could have been 50, could have been 100.
Yeah, absolutely.
We don't know the truth.
But
whatever was coming through was saying there's a lot more there, and the police haven't done they're searching properly, and there's bodies buried in the basement, in the ground, in the walls.
Right.
Serial killers.
And there's the only thing that's a spirit board session, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. So we know how much evidence that gives out, and we know how much we can take that as being totally solid proof.
No.
And another thing would be it's an irrelevance anyway to Elisa, isn't it? That it's an irrelevance to her. It's because
there's no proof that a Ouija board could tell me that she didn't die that way.
If I come back in any kind of form after I pass away as a spirit energy, I am not going to waste my time coming through to some nugget, hanging around with his mates, getting pissed or having a few joints that have made up their own Ouija. I'm not saying this is you, but they made up their own Ouija board. Going, is there anybody there? If I am capable, I'm going to try and contact the people I love to let them know I'm okay. I'm not going to go to just some jarhead in the middle of nowhere. Why would I want to do that? It doesn't make sense, but people forget that. They say, "Oh, I spoke to Elvis," and it's like,
yeah, I know a few people spoke to Elvis personally.
It's like, mate,
actors and actresses and
Elvis has never spoke to you in his life. Why the frig would Elvis want to speak to you?
Yeah.
If he's gonna try and contact somebody who he knew, isn't he? Surely, or somebody who gives a shit about. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's like I'm always, I can sort of understand spirits wanting to contact certain other people so they know that they're there, pass messages on and all that lot. But why cross the dimension to go and speak to somebody who's of no relevance to them? What way have you got of passing a message on her behalf to her family if they talk to you? None whatsoever.
Well, when we was doing the cases, I always said that we can't prove who we're talking to, if the spirit is that person, and any information that spirit gives us regarding their death or the person who caused their death, we cannot contact the police and say, "Hey, I've just been talking to the spirit of so-and-so, and this is the information that we gave them," because the police are going to just turn around and say, "Mate, you're cuckoo."
Yeah, exactly.
Who the fuck are you telling us this information? They're going to think we're they're going to think that we're part of it. You know,
So why would
station on us?
So you know, a spirit's going to think, I know what I'll do. I'll go and speak to somebody who can help me in no way whatsoever. That's a good idea. It just doesn't make. There's a lot of it that doesn't make sense to me. I'm not trying to put down spirits or mediums. You know, I sort of get. But a lot of the time they're talking about spirits that are lost or energies that are lost and communicating. But if you're led to believe what a lot of people make claims about, everybody can see the dead. Everybody can speak to the dead. Everybody's a messenger for the afterlife. You know what I mean? It's like, come on, behave. You'd like to think that everybody's got the capability, but they're not tapped into it. Lots of people can pick up energies because they're clair sensitive. They can pick up energies. Yeah, but you would think that there's this sort of like a sort of place where other people can pick up that little bit more because they're more in tune to it, and it sort of gives it its elegance. It sort of makes it a little bit more believable, because as a species, we're just not capable of doing that. We're too material. We're too based in the physical, I think, for every single person to suddenly go from 30 years ago, a medium being classed as a cuckoo, to 20 years ago, a medium being classed as something special, to now every man and his dog, including his goldfish, being able to talk to Elvis, Bruce Lee and Buddy Holly.
I know there are people with, like, you know, different abilities, like, you know, psychic mediums that may be able to communicate with spirits. Because, like, you know, I've watched, you know, a ton, you know, and I mean, like, you know, over the last few years, I've watched a lot of psychic medium, you know, detectives, and, like, you know, the police ain't been able to find, you know, the person, or, you know, the body and all that kind of stuff. So they contact certain mediums, and most of the mediums that I've seen is, you know, these TV shows mainly based in America anyway, and they contact psychic mediums who have got a reputation where they've been able to help the police to either locate the body or give names of people who may have been involved in the murder. And, you know, watching those have been very interesting, because, like, there's been quite a few where they have actually either found a body or found a person who was involved in some way of the person's murder or the missing, you know, of that person going missing, and they to bring the you know, to close the case in one way. So I do believe that there are ways, like, you know, spirits can talk to people, or people can tune into the spirit world. But you know, a lot of it, you know, I'm going to say like 75% is a load of total bullshit, really.
This is what I'm trying to say. I think there are people that I can't explain it. I've had feelings myself and been right about it. I'm not going to make any claims, and I've got nothing to prove. But I can pick up on things. I've sensed things and have been right. And I've been right more often than I've been wrong. And I think people are capable of doing that. But in saying that, there are a lot of people that are just talking out their ass. And they sensationalise it, you know.
When I talk out my arse sometimes, I admit,
you're all right, Steve. I'm not talking about you.
No, I know, but I sometimes, you know, say things I don't mean to say, or I don't think on, you know, sometimes I will say something without thinking, you know, kind of thing, and get things wrong. And I say, oh, God, you know, Steve, shut the fuck up, you're being an arse, you know, kind of thing. You don't know what you're talking about. You know, I try to have a conversation about something, and something can either distract me, or it just like kind of like slips at me, you know, little pee-wee brain on what I'm talking about. And I have to move on to something else, and I'm thinking, well, okay, forget about that, you know. I'm talking shit. And I have actually admitted I talk shit sometimes, but I don't give a fuck. I am who I am.
Can I just, I know exactly what you're saying. I just want to pick up on something that Mags has said, because I sort of understand, I think, the limits of being clairsentient, clairaudient, clairvoyant, whatever, claircognizant, if you like. They're not massively strictly defined as black and white. You can pick up on certain things, I'm sure. I just think that you're not making any claims or subscribing to the absolutes. And I think you know what I'm saying, because you've been in your house, your parents' house. I'm not trying to say like any of your other family members, but in situations where you felt or picked up on something that somebody else wouldn't. So by very definition, there was an element of that. Sorry, Steve, go on.
So I want to take my meds. I'm just taking some ibuprofen for my tooth hurting.
You're all right, mate. No worries. Yeah, you said earlier on that you was having a bit of grief with your tooth.
Well, there's a broken tooth. It's really wobbly, but I can't get the bloody thing out. And I ain't going to tie a bit of fucking fish wire to my tooth and to the hand once slam the door and hopefully it comes out the eye because it could cause more bloody pain. So I'm just waiting to like, I'll give it a little wobble now and then try to like, you know, kind of like make it a little bit more looser so it might just drop out. No, my luck, it'll probably fall out when I'm sleeping. I'll probably go and choke myself to death while I'm sleeping.
Yeah, that'll be great. Well, do me a favour. If you do, try and come back as a ghost and contact Clint Eastwood. Do it the other way around. Instead of somebody contacting a celebrity, I want a spirit who isn't a celebrity to contact a living celebrity. I want you to come back and say to Clint, Dave Dimelo in Manchester, he really likes your spaghetti western films, and see what he says.
I like his westerns. I like the spaghetti ones. I like his more modern day ones where he's a cop. But yeah, I'll go over. I'll say, hey, Clint, I know you don't know me, but there's a guy called Dave Dimlo who wants to communicate you through the spirit world because he really enjoys your movies and like he'd love to have a conversation with you. But I've got to be there as well so I can give Dave a kick out the backside when he gets out of order or he starts taking the piss out of you.
I think that sounds right. I don't know, Mags. I disagree with that. I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I seriously don't. I think there's an element of intuition in being a medium. I think there has to be. I don't just think it's second sight or, you know, remote viewing or whatever. I think there is an element of intuition also has to be in it. And I think people tap into different levels of intuition depending upon their own spiritual development or life experiences. I mean, you say you've seen full-bodied apparitions, but they let you see them. Well, I've been in a situation where, you know, why just let you see them? Because I've been in a situation where I've seen something and I've been the only one, or somebody else has seen something and I didn't, when if they appeared to be seen, then surely everybody at the same time would see them, or vice versa, not a select person. So you've either then got to subscribe to the fact that they were seeing things, they were hallucinating, tripping, or lying. And I don't lie because it doesn't serve any kind of purpose. So in my experience, intuition goes hand in hand with superstition, unfortunately, sometimes. But perhaps you're playing yourself down, or I don't know. That's up to you. What's that? Good, the bad, and the ugly. Oh, Max. No comment.
And use the keywords good, bad, and ugly. I watched one of Clint Eastwood's films yesterday, actually, for a few dollars more.
Good film.
I like those ones. Good, bad, the ugly, for a few dollars more. And what's the other one? Good, bad, and the ugly.
It's full of dollars for a few dollars more, and good, the bad, and the ugly.
Yeah. So I watched one of those. I was going to watch another one, but it was like 3 hours long. I thought, now I'm going to get sleep. I did actually get some sleep last night, but I didn't want to get up too early. I thought, well, you know, I'm trying to save me energy for tonight's stream, so I didn't go until about 4 o'clock again today, 5 o'clock.
Yeah, totally get it.
Went to the bath and came back and then went back to sleep for another hour. I got off around about 6 o'clock, I think.
But did you
back 5 times?
So just pick up on something? You've told me about Chloe being able to pick up on things. I'm not going to make any claims or label her. So if she can and you can, then there's a similarity there, isn't there? Now, you can either put that similarity down to the fact that you're just seeing something because they enabled it, or you're both seeing something because you're able to. Do you know what I'm saying, Mags? It's up to you how you view it, because it's sort of like it cuts both ways, that kind of argument that you're trying to use, doesn't it? You know what I mean, Chuck? You know I like stirring shit.
So I don't think I've actually seen the full-blown apparition. I've seen like a figure which looked shimmery kind of thing. It's like, when you look at a curtain like it's all kind of like ruffled. I've seen like something like that, and there weren't no curtains on the window at the time because I was living in Hall Place, temporary accommodation. I didn't have any curtains on there or those see-through what's names. Well, they are curtains, aren't they? But there was nothing there, and like I saw, which I think, because I was asking, I was actually doing a stream for my dad. And I asked if my dad could walk past. And as I said it, something walked past the kitchen. And it just went like that. And I could see it, but on camera, when it actually caught you, it looked like an orb going across. When I asked it to come back to see if I could see it again, it did come back. And it was like about a 5-foot shimmery kind of like fuzzy object, which I've seen like in my own eyes. But, you know, on video, it looked like an orb. And the orb was only like a small orb. And I'm thinking, well, did I see that, you know? Or, you know, I must have saw something for the orb to go past. So I think with, you know, our brain plays tricks with us anyway. I know that, you know. But I think I really did see something. The only other time I saw something was on the bus, which was kind of really strange because I was coming back from shopping. And, you know, the kids were coming out from school. And this is over near the train station. And it was a very hot day. I remember it was a very hot day. All I was wearing was like a bloody T-shirt. And I was just looking at the bus. And I saw it looked like a child. Well, I know there's children around, but there's like a child figure wearing a Red Riding Hood kind of like gown kind of thing. And I thought, I didn't think of anything about it at first. I thought, turned around, turned back, and the bus started pulling away, and there was nothing there. There weren't no cars parked up because they weren't allowed to park up there. But whatever it was a childlike figure walking down the pathway, the same way as the bus was going. There 1 second, not then the next. And I'm kind of like, I'm looking at the back of the bus. I'm looking in front, like looking down the actual walkway of the bus, thinking, oh, I'm turning around and looking the other side, thinking it might have crossed the other side, but nothing. I saw a childlike image wearing a Red Riding Hood cloak for probably about 2 seconds and disappeared. So if that was a spirit I saw, I don't know. But it was fucking unusual for, you know, to see someone, you know, why would a kid wear that on a very hot day? You know, all the kids were like wearing short sleeve shirts and skirts and trousers and stuff like that. I couldn't see anyone wearing like, you know, with the kids wise, and I'm talking kids from around about the age of like 12 to 16, you know, all wearing short sleeves. I couldn't see anyone wearing a jumper or a coat or nothing like that. It's just kind of like out of place, you know, kind of thing. So, you know, I'm not saying it was a spirit, you know, it could have been my finger of imagination, I don't know, but I think the white sugary one could have been my dad, because it wasn't long after, you know, he started communicating with me. I think like, I can't remember when I was actually put homeless into temporary accommodation. I think it's 2013, about within like 6 months after my dad died.
Yeah.
But, you know, I have seen things on DVR, but not with my own eyes. So I'm just thinking, if with the Cecil Hotel, you know, if they had more video footage, would they have shown it?
I think with this Cecil Hotel, if they've with the 14 floors, with 2 stairwells, with a camera on each level of each stairwell, so there you've got 28 cameras, right? You've got 4 on the exterior of the building. You've got 4 on the inside of the awning. You've got God knows how many in the lobby. You've got 2 cameras in each of the elevators, because there's elevator 1, elevator 2. The cameras in that place are probably a ridiculous amount. There's a ridiculous amount. Now, people are saying automatically activated cameras. Well, no, because of the footage in the elevator tells you that the time lapse, or the amount of time which is recording, it doesn't shut off after it's been activated. The footage that the footage that we're not seeing is the footage where there is nothing. That is the case, and people just don't want to accept that. There isn't anything to see. That's why.
I know with the case on the you know, the police, when I was actually reviewing the footage of the cameras, I think they said that they could only review 14 or something at the time.
Okay.
And that took them, like, you know, they're saying to watch the footage for those days, it would have cost, well over 200 hours, and they just didn't have time to watch 200 hours because of the manpower.
Yeah, absolutely. I can relate to that.
So let's say there's like 40 cameras. Did they actually send what 40 cameras, or were they just more concentrating on like the lobby, possibly the 14th
That would make sense.
and the elevator?
Yeah, that would make sense. Why look at all the other cameras if there's no evidence to see? They would only need to look at the lobby to see, A, if she come out of one of the stairwells. And if they did see her come out of one of the stairwells, they could then look at all 14 cameras on each of the levels of the stairwell. But if they don't see her come out of the stairwell, it's like, well, there's no point in looking at that footage because she doesn't use the stairwell. They only have to look at a few of the cameras on each of the levels. They don't have to look at the elevator camera. You see her go away from the camera. She's left the elevator and she goes towards the stairs. So by process of elimination, you can say, well, these are her last known whereabouts because we can tell by this footage. It's pointless looking at all the rest because she won't be there. She went this way. And if she went this way, we would pick her up on such a camera, but we didn't. So she must have done this. Do you know what I mean? It's pretty obvious, really.
Yeah, but if she was on the 14th floor, how many levels is there? 17?
No, 14.
14.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, because they don't have a 13th floor, do they?
So it goes from the floor, then you've got the actual stairwell to the actual roof, yeah?
Yeah,
so
because that's the last floor.
And the stairwell to go up that level to onto
No, because the fire escape. She's on the last floor.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the stairwell would have a camera on the 14th leading to the 13th. It wouldn't have a camera from the 14th to the roof because there isn't necessary to be there. People aren't supposed to be on the roof. What?
They had no cameras on the roof.
That's my point. Why would you have a camera on the roof? Because people aren't supposed to be up on the roof.
Yeah, but a lot of places have cameras on the roof and all for their stairwells in case of like emergencies.
In case of what?
Emergencies. I know there's some, like, in London, the big buildings that are being built now have like cameras on the roofs.
Yeah, in 2021, but you're assuming that the builders of that place and the people who owned it felt the need to have one on the roof, but they didn't.
Yeah, true.
There isn't one on the roof.
Maybe they didn't think that they need it, but it would have been nice if they did have one because then they would have got more footage of what happened up there. But a lot of people, including me, thinking, well, why wasn't there one up there? Maybe they didn't need one up there.
It would have been nice if they'd had a camera, if they'd had a GoPro attached to the back of her head, because then they would have known what happened to her. But that's not the case, is it? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hey, I mean, it would have been, if they had the security up there and they had cameras up there, then it would have been more of a full tennis story, like, a footage of her walking from the stairwell along to the actual tank. Because then it wouldn't have been so much of a mystery then, would it really?
But people are making it a mystery. The police don't think it's a mystery.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, if they had a camera up there, it ain't going to be.
The thing is you're coming at this from the point that they have to prove it to the people who don't believe, and they don't. It's like if they had a camera up there, then there wouldn't be a mystery. And it's like, well, tough shit. That's not what happened. There wasn't a camera up there. The fact of the matter is they could deduce roughly how she got up there because of what they did have and the lack of what they didn't. So because she didn't appear in any of the footage, it's like, well, she didn't go onto this floor. She didn't go onto this floor. She didn't use the elevators because there isn't any footage of her. She isn't in the lobby. So there's no point in showing that video footage. She ended up on the roof. And if you watch the video footage of the elevator, she turns to her left, going down the corridor. She will pass stairway 1 on the 14th floor. And because she doesn't appear on that video footage, she didn't obviously go down them stairs. She didn't go to the right of the elevator because there was a camera above the toilet and the communal washroom. She goes to the left, and you see that on the video footage, towards the left wing, because the building is shaped like a giant capital E, down towards the corridor where her own room possibly was, I believe, 506B. Sorry, it wasn't. In fact, she moved from that room, sorry. She was right towards where the fire escape is. And when the police were doing a search with a police dog detected her scent at the fire escape window.
And that's the one
ignored it.
that she had to go out onto the actual fire escape and up the ladder. That one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the police have even said, pretty much admitted, well, we've found a scent at that window to the fire escape 8 years ago.
So I'm not trying to be funny. Like, it would have been nice if they had security, because they didn't have security. It's only now, like, we are getting more security on different places, like, especially high-rise flats and stuff like that. We ain't got no CCTV here, although this place was actually built for people who had suicidal thoughts, and the windows will only open that far unless you open the hatch, and when you open the hatch, it'll open like that far. You ain't going to be able to get through that far. So they never put any CCTV cameras around here, but they had made it more secure for like people who had suicide thoughts. So like in them times, I would have thought, like, with all those deaths that were happening even before Alicia's death, they would consider about putting more video surveillance up and everything.
But they're not responsible for that, are they? They're not responsible for people being murdered or people taking their own lives.
No,
they're not responsible for that. It doesn't matter. They've added the cameras on the areas that they thought was right, and they probably haven't had enough cameras there. Yeah, but it's an irrelevance that. If you watch she goes out of the lift to the left. Look at the floor plan of the 14th floor, and it's easy to see which direction she goes in. She goes to the fire escape through the window, a window which the police said the police dogs detected her scent. So they've admitted she must have been at that window. So she's gone left. The direction of that window is on the left. They found her scent on the left. That fire escape leads up onto the roof. From that fire escape, it's just a quick diagonal walk straight to the base of a bottom of a flight of metal stairs that leads to an air conditioning unit. The air conditioning unit's got a ladder on it. You climb up that ladder, you're on top of the unit, and then directly beneath your feet are the water tanks. The nearest water tank being the one she was found in. It doesn't really stretch my imagination or brain to figure out how she's done it. They just can't prove it, which is why they haven't said it in the autopsy. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I'm just saying that, if they had more security, on their roofs, which they didn't, it wouldn't have been, it's not going to be as much of a mystery that way anyway. Even if they did, because if you had a camera on there, you're going to see exactly what happened.
Yeah,
walking along the roofway, climbing on a bloody like water tank and jumping in.
Yeah. The police would at least have the footage and see it.
Way, innit?
Yeah, the police would see the footage and say, "Here we go, we've got her on the roof." But at the end of the day, right? The fire escape is there so people can get out of the building if there's a fire. Hence the name. The fact that there was allegedly supposed to be an alarm on the door, which obviously wasn't, you can conjecture how often that's turned off or on. But the fact that there's an alarm on the door means if you go through that door, it'll activate security because you're not supposed to be up there. What is the reason for anybody being up on the roof? Now, they can't say, right, we need to install cameras just in case somebody commits suicide. That isn't valid enough reason, because all you're going to get is a picture of somebody jumping off the building or whatever. But you don't need a camera to know that somebody's jumped off the building. All you need to do is go outside and look at the dead body on the pavement. It's obvious somebody's jumped. So there isn't really
the reason they jumped. One suicide and another one, they could have been coached up there and pushed over the top.
But by then you would also have interviewing people that were in the hotel. You would have witnesses. You would still have the cameras in the rest of the building to pick it up. There's loads of ifs and buts, but none of it's substantiated. It can all be explained away. Do you know what I mean? It just can.
Pricing. My sister got burgled and the police were quite a number. That's all they do here. When I had that shit happen with me, all they gave me was, I don't want to be going through the bullshit drama crap, but
I just need to nip to the toilet, Steve. Sorry.
Right, yeah, okay. A couple of times, when I got picked on crazy, to report to police, and all they gave you was a crime reference number. It's like if you actually witness a crime or an accident, what do they do nowadays? They just take your name, a quick statement, your phone number, and that's it. Unless you're called into court, maybe later, to give it evidence, you know. That's all you do get is a crime reference number. I don't know if that's like that, you know, in different countries, but over here, if you witness a car accident or, you know, someone jumping out the window or, you know, someone drowning and you call the police, all they do is say, like, name, address, take a quick statement off you, crime reference number, and if you're calling to court, then you're calling the court. You know, different, I think Dave would probably tell you, a lot of different countries still with, you know, different things, different ways.
Oh, yeah.
You know, in America, you could report like someone breaking into your house, and you know, if you've got the license to shoot someone, then you're not going to be arrested. It's the person who's going to be breaking in, and if you shot them, then that's self-defense, isn't it? In some countries, some parts of America, I ain't going to give you a crime reference number. Oh, hang on a minute, why did he break in? Well, he's going to burgle me. You know, my life was in danger. I felt like he was going to rape me, so I shot him in the head. Okay, fair enough.
Not laughing at you, Steve. I just like that. Thanks, Mags. And the Mags saying, yeah, I'm in the UK. She's just up the road from me, Steve, Mags.
Oh, right.
Yeah, just up the road from me.
Watch it. He likes trying to get people over at the asylum and lock them into one of the nutters wards.
So if you ever go up this neck of the woods, we're going straight to that asylum, mister, whether you like it or not.
What's that? She said, hang on. Also, she was hallucinating. What we see probably wasn't what she was seeing. Is in her mind, yeah. Well, yeah, a lot of people said that, you know, with the mirrors, you know, a lot of people said, well, maybe like you're seeing like a spirit in the mirror, and a spirit kind of like hoaxed her up onto the roof and got her to like jump in and undress. Because one person said that she removed her clothes and they was all tidy. Then another one saying no, they weren't tidy because they can't stay tidy in in any amount of water. They're going to float. So how can she jump into a tank with her clothes off and keep them all nicely tidy when that's not going to happen?
Because they're talking out their ass.
Yeah.
Is the top and bottom of it. Oh, thanks, midget. Visit me in a bit, Chris. Okay. Thanks. Well, obviously I can't talk for them people. I mean, you know, it's just...
It's just like, you know, over the 8 years, there's so many, like, you know, people saying one thing, another one, and you don't know what to believe. You know, the police have done what they've done, although they didn't do it properly. No, can't change that now, can you really?
No, I believe that they didn't. She died from accidental drowning. That's what I think. She died from accidental drowning. I think the putrefaction of the body meant that there was certain tests that they couldn't do. There was also a breakdown of tissue and also water content within the lungs. There wasn't enough blood for a full blood count. There's no reason to suggest that she'd taken anything other than prescription drugs and over-the-counter drugs. There's no sign of a struggle. Blood pooling in the anal region and prolapse of the anal region can also be down to the decomposition. The white particles that were found in her clothing. There is white like grit all over the top of the hotel, which would tie in with her climbing off the top of the ladder, which you would have to scrape your chest and belly to get off the ladder onto the top. It all makes sense to me, Steve. There really isn't a massive mystery about it. It's the people that are spreading the mystery and keeping it going that make it a mystery rather than it being a mystery itself. The police didn't do the best job, beyond a shadow of a doubt. The hotel, it's probably a very shoddy hotel. There's no doubt about that. If you can just use Google Images now, Google Maps, and look at it, and there's graffiti all over the front of the hotel. on the main entrance.
I think they're trying to open like it's like a myth, really, like an urban myth, I suppose.
Yeah.
Where they, you create an urban myth, and it gets spread like wildfire, and they're out there for years and years and years. In one way, like this, how long is it going to carry on for? Could carry on for another 5-10 years.
Oh, I'm sure it will.
To find another reason why she went up into the water tank. People are still going to turn around and say, "Oh, I think it was a demon that possessed her," or people are going to turn around and say she was hallucinating. Someone who she thought she could see that conjured her up onto the roof and made her go into the tank that way. You're going to get people in different ways. And
oh yeah, I'm sure they are. I mean, there's even a wilder theory that she was on medication. She wasn't in the right state. I know this is going to sound bizarre to a lot of people, but that she was on medication for a condition that is proven and medical. She had a prolapse in that condition. She had even if it's just an ischemic transient psychotic episode, she's found her way onto the roof. She's accidentally ended up in the water tank and died. How weird is that? But that's not as sensational, is it? Even though that's probably what happened, you know what I'm saying? People don't want to hear it, though, because they've got theories and they'll be like, "Oh, he's full of shit, that Dave. How does he know all that?" And it's like, well, do deductive and cognitive reasoning, and you'll come to that conclusion. It's not... Oh, it does make me laugh. I mean, you know what, right? I'm getting a little bit of a name from a few people, me as being a skeptic. And it's like, you don't know me. If you think I'm a skeptic, you don't really know me. But if you think I'm an idiot, you know me even less. Because it's not the fact that I'm a skeptic, it's that I'm not an idiot. I'm not just going to believe blindly. I've had just as many experiences as people, if not more than most. I've seen God knows how many full-body apparitions. I've seen things disappear through walls. But I'm not just going to automatically assume that it's because of this, that, or the other. I'm going to continue questioning. And the reason that I'm going to continue questioning is because I'm an investigator. That's what I do. I question. I even question myself. Do you know what I'm saying, brother?
You do a lot of research as well. You go into depth reading and everything, don't you?
Oh, yeah. Because
there's just so much stuff out there. I can't get my brain into all that, into gear to read all that. I just go on what I hear and what I see. I can be wrong. Everyone can be wrong. And
absolutely,
if I get it wrong, I admit I get it wrong. But at least I'm learning from getting wrong.
Yeah, and by the same token, I'll say this: I haven't got an issue with your outlook on it. If you believe in spirits as an absolute, that's that. Who am I to put that down? If that's what you want to do, then fair enough, and all power to you, brother. Good for you. I'm not good. I wish I could, but I can't. It's not where I'm at. I want to know what's going on, so I keep questioning, because the more you question, the more you learn, and that's where I'm at with it. That's all I want to be. I've had it.
Years ago when we started doing the murder mysteries, I always thought talking to the spirit board, and you can't even prove that you're talking to a spirit, for one. And two, you think you are. You can't even prove that you're talking to who you think you're talking to. So, that's another thing. And if you are talking to the spirit of the lost soul, and, again, you need to prove it. So, I can't prove whoever I spoke to was giving me all this information was correct or not, but I do feel that there is a darker side to that fucking hotel.
I'm convinced that there is a darker side to that hotel. There's a darker side to that hotel because of everything that's gone on. Now, whether it's imprinted upon the environment or not. Now, it depends upon your level of reasoning. Okay, I see. You've got to see beyond the obvious as well as see the obvious. Now, we are all vibrational frequencies. The environment around us is vibrational frequencies, and the only thing that separates us from a wall or from anything else is how fast we vibrate. That is it, how fast our component atoms and molecules vibrate. That is all. But the entire universe is just made up of resonant frequencies, all of it, every single thing. Every single thing. So for me, it isn't a stretch to imagine why there can be a spirit world. why there can be life after death, why there can be other planets containing life, why there can be anything. Because the only confines are our own mind and what we're willing to accept, what's been bred into us and what we've been taught to believe. It's pushing the boundaries of that, isn't it? You know, so is it likely that there's a bad energy at the Cecil Hotel? Oh God, what? Given the amount of people that have died, the amount of people that have committed suicide, been killed, whatever else, absolutely yes. Because even if you look at it from a psychological point of view, the amount of people that go there are going to be well aware what's happened in the past. So just by that alone, there's going to be a negative energy.
Mm. I think also the fear factor as well, because you know, you're showing fear, that can build up the negativity in there as well.
Yeah,
because the negative spirits feed off fear. So if you go in there, and like you've heard the stories about, you know, the people jumping out the windows, you know, people throwing out newborn babies, and you know, prostitutes being killed and sliced up, and you know, overdoses, all that kind of stuff. You're thinking, well, you know, you go in there,
scaring me now, Steve.
And then you suddenly start hearing stories. You think, fucking hell, you know, we've done the thing now. You know, you show that fear, and that fear is going to like contribute to any negativity that's in there.
Well, let me tell you this, cheeky. All right, it's not. No, I'll put it a different way. If you get somebody along, anybody will do, but somebody new to the paranormal usually. But you don't really need somebody new to the paranormal. It can be anybody for the most part. Go somewhere and you go, Jesus, what was that? Did you see that? A big chunk of people, a large percentage are going to go, yeah, even if you're lying and you made it up. They're going to. If you go in, you can, you know, you take somebody in a room, you can say, oh, I don't know how I feel bad in here. Can you feel it? And loads of people are going to say, yeah, not everybody, but they will. Because you have the power of auto-suggestion. If I interview the sort of a potential client, there's certain questions I won't ask. I suppose the police and the FBI would call it leading the witness, yeah? But it's called auto-suggestion. Like if somebody says, I saw a figure, yeah? And I would say, what sound did it make? I've suggested that it made a sound. It made a sound. It might never have made a sound, but I've put that idealism in their head. Even if it's for them to lie or imagine something that didn't happen. If they say it whistled, I can say, you know, did it move its mouth? And they're like, well, it might never have had a mouth, but I've suggested it did. Do you understand what I'm saying? Auto-suggestion. It's like, what colour was that car? Now, the witness might never have even picked up on the colour of the car and might never have wanted to give that forward as part of their testimony. Just the fact that in the flash of a moment, a car done this and they saw somebody lying on the floor. But all they remember is seeing somebody lying on the floor. But now you've put in their head that they need to think back about what colour the car was. Do you understand what I'm saying? And it's the same with locations. You know, you got to be careful.
What makes me laugh is that, you know, like you could see something happening, something to do with a vehicle, and like, you know, the police say, well, what colour was the car? And it was pitch black, and turn around and say, well, blue or yellow.
Yeah.
Well, how it was blue or yellow if it's pitch black? And they turn around, or a street light. Well, the street light night, it might either have been strong enough for you to see the colour, or it might have been pretty strong and you did see the colour.
Yeah.
What if you're colourblind?
Do you know what? You're like the mirror. You know, you're like the other end of the spectrum to Mags you regarding questions. You know, because you ask questions as well, but they're off the nut, but still relevant. But you're a little bit bonkers. And Mags asks questions as well, and it's like no, because they could be. It's a good point. They could be colorblind. So it's like, to them, they might say, because it is what you say is right. They could say, "Oh, it was green." It's like, well, no, it wasn't, because you're colorblind. It was actually red. You cabbage. And then somebody else might have seen it and said, "Well, actually, what I saw was yellow because of the street lights." Mm. I mean, how this has got to like Elisa Lam ended up in the water tank, I don't know, but I see your point, you know.
Well,
Oh
if
God.
you think about the clothes, some people might turn around and say, "Oh, that hoodie was red." Some
Yeah.
might turn around and say it was brown. Some might turn around and say, "Oh, it's like an orangey colour." You know, what about the pants she was wearing? They look
Right.
black, but no, they
Yeah.
could have been brown.
Yeah.
Or because of the pixelization and there wasn't enough light in there, could have been blue. Really, what people should be saying on like that, if you went into like court and you go out and wrong information, they're going to like say, no, you're wrong. But if you look at the video
Yeah.
on Elisa Lam, right, let's just quickly, I've still got it open anyway. Like, I could turn around and say, well, hang on. Elisa Lam at the time was wearing a pair of shorts, right, which you can see.
Yes.
But what colour were the shorts? Well, we can't tell because of the lighting. It could have been black. It could have been a very dark navy blue.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
could have been brown, right? Right,
Yeah.
underneath a hoodie looks like a reddish colour, and she's got possibly a white top. Now, that white top might not even be white. Because if you look in the smaller camera, it looks more of a greyish colour.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Her shoes down there, right, on the corner, look like possibly red sandals. But they might not have been red. They might have been brown.
Yeah.
You know. So,
or we could go off what is known that and what's described in the autopsy and the findings by the police and the coroner about the clothes she was wearing. But yeah, I see your point.
yeah, but if you didn't have that information,
Yeah. Yeah.
and what I'm trying to say is that you could give out that information to the authorities, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And another person could turn around and say, "Well, I think she was wearing like a pink top, possibly like a brown pair of shorts, brown
Duffy's not any of this, Steve fella.
brown sandals, possibly a white top." So when you've got two people from that different descriptions, it ain't going to tally up, is it? You know, they're going to take. I think the police would probably take more interest in the people who are given that near enough the exact same description than other people would. So if you've got four people saying, well, red top, black trousers, grey shirt underneath, and, possibly brown.
A shirt's green, though, isn't it? It's a green shirt she's wearing, actually. It's a pale green.
Well, to me, that looks like grey.
I know, yeah, but it isn't. It's a pale green.
So, if you've got different statements under different witnesses, the police are going to take more notice of the ones to get in the statement more kind of like closer to each other.
Well, that's another thing, isn't it? It's like they say, this is a well-known one, but you can see 5 people can see the same car crash but give totally different testimonies to the police when they get interviewed.
Yeah.
Which is, we know that to be the case. Not that we personally know that to be the case, of course, but I mean, it's well known amongst police and investigators that can be. I've done it when it's been, excuse me, when I've done an investigation at an house. And it's like, well, you all live in the same house. How are you all describing something completely different? But people do. It's like, there was a banging from upstairs. Okay, what did it sound like? It sounded like a knock-in, and somebody might, yeah, exactly. Somebody might say, no, it was like a scratching. Somebody might say, oh, no, it was like somebody farting out the national anthem. Or, I don't know, you know what I mean? But all totally different, bizarre things, and you're left scratching your head and thinking, but you all heard the same thing. Or allegedly did, So
that's what the thing is here. People ain't seen the right thing in her case, and other people are. Some people are thinking it's paranormal, when other people are thinking, no, it's definitely like down to her medication. The way she was acting,
Yeah. I'm totally convinced that's the case. Yeah, I'm totally convinced of it. Totally. Yeah. Absolutely beyond a shadow. Yeah, I'm totally convinced.
I'm more convinced that way than it is paranormal. I don't think it's some kind of dark energy or demon that possessed her to go up there.
I totally agree with that sentiment, Leslie. I think that's a really nice thing to put. Now read it out. Well, wherever her energy is now, I hope she's at peace.
Yeah. Well, she probably is. I wonder if she's sitting down on the old spiritual internet and thinking, "Oh, not another fucking video on me today. Why don't they just give me a bit of peace and quiet?"
It's weird that you say that, because as we've been talking about it, and I was saying that I've been making a video for for a little while, and me and you've been talking about doing this, and I said to you a few weeks ago, didn't I? I won't do anything. I'll do it on yours, and then I'll hold off and do something on mine later. But as we've been talking tonight, I'm more and more thinking I don't even know if I'm going to do anything now, because it's just another video in it about it.
Because I want to watch it.
Do you reckon?
Yeah, well, I thought it's going to have interest in different videos, aren't they?
I'll see what everybody else. We'll take a vote on it. Who thinks in the chats I should do it? You do. So that's what.
I'll say yes. 1 for yes, 2 for no, 3. Yeah.
It's just another video about it, and it's like, I don't know. If I do, I'm going to highlight a little. Pardon?
There might be more information that people want to learn about than there's been put in any other video. You know, you got more knowledge about the medical side of Elisa Lam. People might not understand or believe that. You know,
I think maybe in regards to some people, but what you got to remember is I've got my information from somewhere, Steve.
Yeah,
you know, I've found this out from other people. You know, I've watched things too. It's just
but you have a bit of understanding over the medical and like the situation of like depression and all that kind of stuff. Some people may not. I don't.
I know. I understand what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but I'm not.
Ian said yes. Meg said yes. I want you to put it on, so you got to put it on, or otherwise you're gonna upset them. You'll upset me if you don't put it on. You ain't got to put any more stuff on there, you know, unless you want to. You know, if you want to edit and put some more stuff on, that's up to you. But if you want to put it up as it is, then you do what you want to do. I'm just saying that we would like to see it.
Right, I might put it out next week. And the reason being just so that there's a bit of time between this, what we're doing tonight, and me doing that then.
Yeah, that's all right.
You know, because like I said, I don't like stepping on people's toes, me. That's why I've been holding off doing it.
How can you be stepping on people's toes? You know, everyone does fucking videos on. Like I've seen people do videos on certain aspects of the paranormal, and like, you know, I want to do it like Steve's going to do it, or Tom.
No, that's not what I meant.
Suddenly, like they go and do it straight after.
No, that's not what I meant. What I meant was when me and you spoke about it, you said, "Oh, I might do the Elisa Lam thing again," and I was like, "Shit, I've already sort of lined that up." But you voiced it on a live stream when me and you were talking, so it's like, I'll hold off. Then I'll do it with Steve. So just out of respect, I'll do
it. Then I would have said, well, you know, why don't you do it on your channel and not if you want me on?
Yeah, it don't matter, does it? It don't matter. It's just the way it went anyway. It don't matter. We've ended up doing the chat tonight, so.
So there's other fucking videos that I wouldn't mind doing, like the boy in the box like I mentioned the other night. You know.
Oh yeah.
I don't know anything about that. Well, I'm going to watch a lot of videos and, like, you know, learn a little bit about it. But you know, if you've got a lot more information than other channels, I'd like to get your about it.
Actually, no, that's not one of my strong points. If I'm honest, Steve. But if you give me a timeline when you want to do it, give me a week or two. I'll look it up and I'll be able to. We can do a stream.
Well, you know, there's other kind, like, you know, the Black Dahlia. There's the Ripper. You got 3 different Rippers. You got Jack the Ripper, got the Ripper up north, and then you got the Ripper. You know, I didn't do one about the one up north, but we did talk about the London Ripper and Jack the Ripper.
I think people are always interested in that because it's, I don't know, there's a lot of, it's an interesting subject, isn't it? Serial killers and murders. It might be a little bit dark for some people, but it's interesting. Let's have it right. Most people like a little bit of that serial killers and mysteries and all that kind of thing. They do.
Yeah, I do. You know, especially true life events, you know, I like watching. I like the ones where people have gone missing and found, like, you know, 10 years later or something, you know.
All right.
Like they've gone on a plane and the plane's crashed and they've had to survive out in the wilderness and, like, had to, like, fucking live on, you know, their mates, you know, cannibalism and stuff like that. There's stories about that. I know it's a bit of a morbid one, but, you know, it's still a true-based story, which I like watching.
Yeah, I totally get where you're coming from.
You know, it's like, you know, even when people do videos of their normal day-to-day life. It's a true event they're doing, and I enjoy watching them. Like, it's not so much the paranormal that I like watching people doing. I like people going out and doing magnet fishing, smoke detecting. It's true live events what they're doing, and they're giving their time up to show you what they do. I like watching those all the time.
Mm.
No, you can't fucking go out and say, "Oh, this is a fake video of me going out and milk detecting," when you actually
No, true, very true. I mean, a lot of it's good stuff, isn't it? But there's a lot of the same kind of thing, I suppose. I don't know. It doesn't mean it's bad, but
no, there was a lot of stuff me and Rose was going to do, but can't do it now because Rose just not willing to do it because of the reason why. But
I do.
We're going to be doing a lot of other stuff. But there's like we're going to do a little bit more on Ted Bundy.
All right.
Do what's his name? I've got the fucking video. The guy used to live in London and used to kill people and put them in the floorboards and in the outhouse.
Christie.
Yeah, Christie, that one.
Yeah, John Christie. Yeah,
I've got that video. That's fucking good video. That is. He blamed his tenant, didn't he?
He did.
Blame on him. Yeah. I like to try to think of like other cases where there was one case which I can't remember what it was called, but it's very active, a bit like the 30 East Drive, but eventually they tore the house down. I can't remember what case file it was now, but I think that was Christie. Yeah, I think that's Christie because the house that you lived in, they pulled down, didn't they? And that house and that road doesn't exist anymore.
No, it doesn't. It's like neither do most of the places of the canonical Jack the Ripper murders. There's like one's a road now, one's a car park, all that.
I actually think that they should have fucking pulled down the Cecil Hotel. To be honest with you.
You do?
Yeah.
What, because of not just because of Elisa Lam, but all the other stuff you mean?
Because all the fucking murders, all the suicides, all the dark energies that people are picking up. I think they should have tore it down.
Ooh.
And made something else there.
There's one. Cromwell Street. Cromwell Street. Sorry, I was just replying to Leslie. Cromwell Street. Yeah. Well, that did go done. It's like an alleyway now, a Ginnell kind of thing. But she just said Fred and Rosemary West. Leslie says, my speciality, serial killers, the psychology of these people. I actually had to, that was one of my modules when I was doing psychology was, obviously sociology as well, but criminology.
I think me and Rose did something on that as well. I can't remember. Or I don't know if we did something on it or we were going to do something. I'll have to look on my YouTube. But I think, to put everyone's peace of mind with all the things that's been going on there.
Hang on a minute, Steve. Sorry. Are you an ex-prison officer? Or current prison officer? Sorry, Steve. That is one of the most interesting comments I've ever seen in a live chat in my life.
I had Rose padlocked to me in court. What's that?
Sorry, Steve. Rose West. She's got to be referring to Rose West. Leslie, speak to me, please. Will you be my friend? That is so... No, that was a stupid question. Sorry. You are?
Guilty.
As in currently or ex? You don't have to say too much, obviously, because I understand you probably can't.
She must have been the next police officer, and she had Rosemary West padlocked her when she's being addressed by the court. If she's going to be plead guilty or not guilty. Ex.
So ex prison officer. HMP.
Leslie, are you
a screw?
Was you a police officer or was you a prison officer? Now that's the thing. She could have been either one. Because even a police officer, you can have a handcuffed to you.
I reckon she was a prison officer.
Yeah, could have been. But we did say not give out too much information, so but even still, police officer or fucking prison officer.
Yeah, prison custody officer, yeah. Look at that shrimp. Are you a screw? You funny, you shrimp.
Amy, I'll get the screwdriver. Screw you back in.
Unbelievable shrimp.
Yeah, as I was saying, I think they should have ripped that fucking Cecil Hotel down, and and if they did tear it down and built something on there, that negative form of energies would have probably still been there anyway. So
yeah,
I don't think it would have mattered if they tore it down or not. But at least it might have gave some kind of respect to the people who did die there. Kind of thing, whether being suicide or murdered or whatever. Now, you don't really see a lot of places being ripped down, apart from Christie's and maybe one or two other places that have had a lot of suicides. Well, not suicide, but murders.
Yeah. Yeah.
Would have cost a lot of money to rip it down in the first place, and even bigger, more money to build something on top of it afterwards.
They're not going to do that in reverence to somebody like Elisa or anybody else like that. They're in the middle of, like I say, downtown LA. They're going to want to make money out of it. I mean, other locations. I mean, like say for instance, using Rosemary West's house on Cromwell Street. The reason for pulling that down is so that it doesn't become a mecca for loads of like ghouls, weirdos who want to visit it because there were loads of people murdered there. You know what I mean. So you sort of understand, like they did with Wardlebrook Avenue with the Moors murderers. They pulled that down for the not straight away.
Yeah.
Though some people did live there a few times. Then it got turned into a council storage facility, I believe. But it did end up getting torn down.
I know they didn't find all the victims from the Moor murderers either, did they? Most of them were kids, haven't they?
Yeah. Well, they haven't found Keith Bennett.
Yeah, but there's a lot of Moors murders they never found. Some of the victims I never found.
Well, not that they're aware of. There's theories that some of them were in. There was like a hilly area that they used to like visiting in Staffordshire.
Yeah.
I forget the name of it. I used to know the name of this.
No, it's like in America though. Some places had the death penalty, then they withdrew it, and then they put it back up, didn't they? They recalled the death penalty in some places.
I don't know. It's a tough one. I mean, you've got, Pierpoint, the most prolific executioner, state licensed executioner in history, probably. And he, after he'd done as many as he done, including war criminals and some really high profile, not celebrity, but high profile executions at prisons all over Britain and in Europe. Even he said he didn't really agree with it because it isn't a deterrent. It doesn't work as a deterrent. It doesn't put people off doing it. But there's other people who believe if somebody who was related to you was murdered, then you've got the revenge factor. And the difference, what dictates a society is not lowering ourselves to them levels. You got other people who say, well, they're a drain on society as well when we just keep them incarcerated forever because they'll never change. And we've got to pay, society pays for their upkeep, and half the time when they've been in jail for a bit, I don't know.
Well, I've always thought, like, if someone's taken a life, they should get paid back by having their life taken away from them. Like if fucking Tom Briggs killed, like, Leslie Crowder, then, like, Tom Briggs should have his life taken away. So,
yeah, sorry, Steve. Sorry. I was just going to say, a lot of people agree with you, but a lot of people disagree with you, and that was the thing. I think when you there was high profile cases of miscarriages of justice as well, wasn't there? Though, James Hanratty and things, just different cases where they got it wrong, and the wrong person was executed for it. And then you got to look at the means of execution, how humane they are as well.
I know, but before they do execute, they're going to have to, like, what I would see, that they'd have to get as much evidence as they could to prove that that person did commit the crime. And if they got the evidence and the proof that he did do it, and even he or she admitted that they'd done it, written understatement without going to like a prison and having it beaten out of you, then like fair enough, like they should get what they've done.
I think, sorry, Steve. I think when you're also a state of development where in psychological circles that you don't really fully understand the mechanisms that make people want to kill, especially when it's premeditated, the exact science behind why they do it, and whether what level of sickness it is and how much control they do have over it, and whether somebody's inherently evil or they can't help themselves. When that becomes difficult to distinguish, then in many ways you're sort of killing somebody to get revenge because they committed murder and they might not have been able to help it. I'm not saying that's the case, but I think that it's making the distinction between being a sociable animal, being society, and being what's classed as a normal, decent human being is what separates us from people who do go around killing people. So because of that, we don't kill people, even if they're murderers. And that's why they abolished it. I mean, it hadn't been abolished when the Moors murderers were caught, but it was going through the process. It had been suspended. But by the time that they got actually convicted, it had been done away with. So they just missed out on the death penalty by a couple of years, I think, the actual timing.
I think that'd be another good topic to talk about, the death penalty and the people who's got away with it and who have not got away with it. That'd be a good topic. Do on another stream. On yours.
Oh yeah. You can come on mine and we'll do it. Well, we can swap and chop and change between the two as we do different things if you want. The thing that gets me is that this has been brought to my attention by somebody, which I can't get out of my head since it was mentioned, is when you get into the realms of somebody who might be a child rapist or a child killer. And I'm not saying I agree with the way that anybody's treated or not regarding regarding the judicial system. It is what it is, and that's the law of the land. So I agree with whatever the law of the land is. But if somebody's a child killer or a child rapist, and this is what somebody's said to me, this isn't my own thoughts, then by keeping them alive, the other person, right, the family are left completely devastated. They're also victims. They live the rest of their lives not always necessarily feeling that they got justice. Okay? But the prisoner, they can still, if they enjoyed the experience, they can still have memories of the experience. They can still enjoy it. They can lie in bed thinking about it, getting a kick out of what they've done, even if they can't do it anymore because they're locked up. They can keep reliving the moment. In the case of Ian Brady, locked up all them years, but never once. I mean, I think it's because he didn't have a clue and he forgot where the body of Keith Bennett was. But the not wanting to cooperate with the police regarding information about the body of Keith Bennett, even though Winnie Bennett, wrote to him. She appealed to him on multiple occasions. The only reason that they went back onto the Saddleworth Moors in 87, I believe it was, with Peter Toppin to try and find the body again, is because Hindley had said that she wanted to cooperate. And
yeah, I've seen that. The documentary I watched not a couple of weeks ago about them.
Yeah, Brady didn't want to be outdone.
Yeah.
So they were sort of like almost arguing one another, about who would get favour with the police. Now, it's fairly obvious that at that time, Myra Hindley was trying to do degrees. She was, doing diplomas and trying to come across as a changed person and probably wanted parole. She probably wanted to be looked at favourably at a parole board and hopefully get out because the parole would say, oh, look at this, Myra Hindley tried to help find the body of Keith Bennett. Well, no such luck. And that's the only reason that came about. But Ian Bennett, for all the years, was like, not interested. Not interested. When questioned, where's Keith Bennett? Not interested. Wouldn't get involved. So it's like, so how long was he feeling an element of power and control either against the police, against society, and against Keith Bennett's family by doing that? And that's what you get if they're incarcerated forever, you know, until they die. Is that the type of stuff they're thinking about? So I don't know.
Well, she turned against him, didn't she? Apparently.
I don't know. I don't always know how I feel about that. I mean, the law is the law, and I believe in justice as it is. But there's some way you think, you know, especially when somebody's killed about 15 or 20 people.
Yeah.
It's like, well, you're a bit of a bastard, you, aren't you? That's the top and bottom of it. You know, you look at the Yorkshire Ripper who only died recently, because you only hear about the murder victims. You don't hear about all the people who he attacked who survived and have got brain damage or learning difficulties now and traumatized for the rest of their life. You don't hear about all the family members that are left behind. You don't hear about one of the family members committing suicide because they can't live with it. So even after they've been caught and put in jail, they're still victims. You know what I'm saying? Did I just kill the conversation with that?
No.
Okay.
You have to let me know what you want to have a conversation about, and I'll have to try to do a little bit of research before we come onto your channel next. Because
yeah. Well, I won't leave you hanging, so you come on and totally.
Talk about, you know. I did watch. You know, I've been watching quite a few like mini series on like, you know, serial killers and mass murderers, and victims, like that, you know, kind of thing. And some of them, you know, have got away with the death penalty. You know, they've, like them two little fuckers. She turned against him, because she turned against him. We thought, you know, I'll do one better. I'll try to help the police as much as I can, but all what he was doing was giving them bullshit.
Are you on about the Wests?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Fred West was blaming her for everything. I don't want to go too much into it because we can do it. We can do this one night maybe. But when one of the relatives actually knocked on the house of one of the girls that stayed there, the lodger, and Rosemary West answered the door wearing her shoes, wearing her slippers and dressing gown of the victim she'd killed. You know what I mean? To the relative of the victims at the door, and she's like, she's wearing her clothes like. And when it come to, you know, the killing the daughter, Heather, it's Fred West is turning around to the police and going, "Oh, when you know, I couldn't believe it." I turned around to Rose and said, "What the fuck are you?" When you told me it, and it's like blaming her for everything. All the audio from the interviews is on. You can get it. And you know, you listen to it, and it's like, it's unbelievable. I mean, in the way that like Rosemary's turning around to the surviving children when they're in like a hostel and trying to make out that the dad's a complete bastard. It was sickening listening to him. Sickening.
You know, there's so many cases that you've been talking about. You know, you've got all the ones in the UK. You've got some really good, interesting ones from America. I think there was one which I was watching, which was a different fucking foreign country, and I couldn't understand what it was all about. So I had to turn it off. But that's about a mass serial killer in Denmark or somewhere.
All right, yeah.
I thought, that'd be an interesting one to watch, but because it's all like, you know, foreign language and, you know, not much subtitling, I thought, nah, can't be bothered to watch that one. But, you know, I've been watching a lot of like murder mystery ones, you know, kind of thing on Netflix and on, you know, Amazon.
Is there any sort of like high? The thing is because I've thought about doing murder type thing a few years ago. Sort of like, you know, and where the only reason they didn't bother doing it is because we're thinking there are some cases that are interesting to me, but some people might not have heard of. So it would make sense to concentrate on high profile ones that people can relate to as soon as they're in the chat or whatever. They're like, oh yeah, I remember that, because it keeps them interested. So what I'd say is there any sort of like high profile ones off the top of your head you think might be worth doing?
Not at the moment. Like when me and Rose was doing it, you know, we went through some of the major ones on like Bundy, you know, Fred West. We done the Black Dahlia. We done Elisa Lam. Sandra Bland. We've done, God knows. I think we got like done about 24, 25 murder mystery solved cases kind of thing. Yeah, that's what we named it anyway. And we kept asking people on the side chat, who do you want us to talk about next time? And we used to get a great big list of them. And I do somewhere have a book with a great big list of names that people wanted us to do, but we never got to do them. So I can find that list. I find out what ones are the more kind of like high rated ones, and have a chat with you about them, and we can start doing them once every couple of weeks or something. No, so I'm going to sit and watch videos and do a little bit of research, or just try to remember some of the information I've read in the past, and that's a bit hard for me to do. So I'm going to have to start watching videos again. I'm not going to go and start fucking buying books, no way. But I'll probably be doing research on, watching videos on YouTube, going by what other people say, doing a Google or on Wiki or something like that, and maybe if there's anything on Netflix or Amazon, I can watch those as well. So I'll probably need a few weeks to research one particular, but there was a load of what people were putting up. Lizzie was putting stuff up, Rose was putting stuff up, what we could be doing. We did do the London Ripper, I was saying the Yorkshire Ripper, but the other Ripper just was the one what I watched on Netflix recently. But there's so many cases that you could be talking about. It's hard to choose one. You might think that's a really good one, but there could be another one which is even better, kind of thing.
We'll respond to something that I've just seen in the chat. There's a lot of that's true, because she got her own way when it comes to living inside the house and having lovers round and making videos and all this kind of thing. However, before he met her, he'd killed someone. He was already a murderer before he met Rosemary West and married her, because he was chasing her around when she was still at school. Fred West. Say it again, Steve.
I can't remember. Did they actually kill one of their own kids as well?
Oh yeah, two of them, technically speaking, because he had one. He had one of mixed race to a previous marriage, which was done away with. And was she called Rita, his first wife? And he left her in a field in Gloucester. Buried her in a field in Gloucester. Forget the name, but Heather was, and the amount of counselling the younger kids needed afterwards. I mean, it's like if you remember, was he called Joseph Fritzl? Joseph Fritzl, was it? Can anybody in the chat say, was it Joe Fritzl? Somebody in the chat, Matt. I think it's Joseph Fritzl. You don't remember? He imprisoned his daughter in the underground, made like a bunker underneath his own house, and had kids with her and everything, and kept her locked underground. Can somebody save me in the chat? Yeah, okay, cool, yeah. Cheers, thank you for that.
I'm just checking on something. I think we did John Wayne Gacy.
Oh, he was a proper star, he was.
Oh, we started doing one. I know we spoke a little bit about him, but I don't know if we've done a full one on him.
Well, there we go. As a bit of interaction, I know you might want to be getting off soon. It was. Okay, so I've had, two people. Like, cheers, guys. Thank you. It was Fritzl, yeah. Jeffrey Dahmer. He's got to be worth doing.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Dahmer. I think John Wayne Gacy as well. Yeah, definitely. He's worth doing.
I think Richard Ramirez would be a good one as well.
And Eileen Warnos. Just the videos. Yes, watch her into some of the interviews she does. She's absolutely batshit crazy. Eileen Warnos. I think there was a film brought out about her, was it, I forget who starred as an album called Monster or something, but Eileen Warnos, that's a good one worth doing. I think that would be an interesting one. Green River Killer, maybe.
Who was that? Never heard of that one.
Yeah, the Green River Killer. What about? I'm just trying to think. Gary Ridgway. No, I'm trying to think of some. Maybe not that one. Just trying to think of some high profile ones that are worth doing. Because, like you say, a lot of the big ones are in the States, aren't they?
Yeah.
And I can think of a load. It's just how relevant they're going to be. See, there you go. Look, Mags has just put Eileen was one stone cold bag. She's proper batshit crazy, here, Steve.
That's in the UK, that one, wasn't it?
No, she was in the States. She's been executed now, but
Who was that other one? I'm sure there was one by the name of Eileen something who was in this country.
Who, sorry?
I'm sure there was one called Eileen who was in the UK who was a serial killer. I can't remember.
Oh, I don't know. It seems like a couple of there's a few. Shrimp, Leslie, Mags.
I'll have to try to find that little booklet I had because I had a lot of information on like when we was doing them, we was like I was taking notes about stuff as well, and then like, at the end we said like who do you want us to talk about next time? And people were on chat saying we'll talk about this person, talk about that person, and we tried doing that.
Have you heard of Edmund Kemper? Have you heard of Ed Kemper?
No.
Oh right, okay. Well, he's another one that I think might be worth doing. Ed Kemper. Sorry, I thought he might have it. Yeah, Ed Kemper. That's probably another good one worth doing.
And I'm still looking for bodies at the Green River.
They are.
So who's the murderer of the Green River then?
Cheers, Mags. I'm getting a proper lag in my chat, me, Steve.
Yeah, I think I better call it quits now. It's gone nearly 1 o'clock. Been on 4 hours.
Yeah, there you go. Leslie's heard of Ed Kemper, good girl. Yeah, he is, yeah, big bloke, glasses and like a porn star moustache. Oh, yeah.
I'll have to look on that one, the Green River one. See what that one's about.
Yeah, Gary Ridgway.
Is that his name, Gary Ridgway?
There you go, H.H. Holmes. Very old one. Almost to the realms of Albert Fish.
Green River Murders. Green River Killer.
Yeah. So like the Zodiac Killer, but he was never found.
There's a YouTube one where they said Green River Killer interviewed.
Yeah.
Gary Ridgway confesses.
Yeah, I told you, Gary Ridgway. Yeah.
I've seen one on him.
It's the Zodiac Killer.
Yeah.
The Zodiac Killer is the guy who hasn't been found.
I've seen a video on this guy, the Green River. That was on Netflix.
Hang on a minute. Leslie says, very polite. Oh, you mean Ed Kemper? Yeah, he was, he sort of nurtured into the way he was. His mum, really, innit? All right. Is that the link to the Gary Ridgway interview?
Yeah, interview, yeah. I'll have to watch that. I know I've seen, like, when I clicked onto it and I saw his face, I recognise I've watched the documentary on him on Netflix about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, see, I thought that might be a good one, Leslie. Yeah.
I don't know if it's under the Green River Killer or if it's under Gary Ridgway on Netflix. I'm sure it's on Netflix or Amazon. I watched that on that guy.
It's definitely worth looking at.
Yeah.
But like I say, there is a few of them that are worth like checking out. It depends on how much you want to. I don't know. It depends on how much you want to.
I think if it's the right one, like Ledgy said, like he was a bit of a weird one, wasn't he? He killed people, buried them, then later went back and had sexual interaction with them, didn't he?
Yeah.
Bit of a weird one.
Well, there's I mean, for me, it depends on how much you're interested in doing it. But you've also got what was it called? Andrei Chikatilo in Russia, known as the Red Ripper or the Rostov Ripper. He's worth looking at.
Never heard of it.
Oh yeah, he got executed with a bullet to the back of the brain. Yeah, he done a fair amount of people in Andrei Chikatilo.
Yeah, I think if it's the right one, like Ledgy said, like he was a bit of a weird one, wasn't he? He killed people, buried them, then later went back and had sexual interaction with them.
Yeah. Well, there's a But he done a big chunk of people in, so he's got to be worth a go. I know we've been pretty flippant about the way we're saying it here, haven't we? Do you know what I mean? Oh, we'll do that guy. That'll be interesting. But it will be interesting.
The other one I watched on Netflix the other week was the BTK killer.
Oh, yeah.
He was a bit of a weird one. Ted Bundy. He's on Netflix. Jeffrey Dahmer. Jeffrey Dahmer. That one I watched.
Jeffrey Dahmer's a good one. Another good one, I suppose, would be Dennis Rader. I suppose he done about 9 or 10, I believe, something like that, somewhere like that.
James Holmes. Don't know who he is.
Yeah, Dennis Rader's worth doing, I suppose. One of the biggest ones in history is a guy called Pedro Lopez, by the way. He got proven to do like just over 100, but I think he made claims that he done like about 300, killed 300 people. There's Perkushkin. Have you heard of Alexander Perkushkin, known as Sasha Perkushkin? Chessboard killer. Yeah, the chessboard killer. I think he done, 40 odd, 50 odd people. I don't know. Let me check the chat because they could be responding. Yeah, there we go.
There's a lot on Ted Bundy. Crack load on him. Yeah,
there we go. So Leslie's okay, cool. So there's a few that they've heard of, Steve. So not that I'm just judging that they wouldn't have heard of anybody, but yeah, Alexander Perkushkin. I'm sure he done 40 odd, late 40s. He killed a few.
He's another good one. Charles Manson.
Yeah, but he's sort of more of a cult leader, isn't he, rather than a serial killer.
Yeah, but he got his followers to do all his dirty work, didn't he? I think he was one who actually got Sandra Blaine or whatever her name's about Dahlia murdered.
Who? Charles Manson?
Yeah, I think he was.
No, he's many years after the Black Dahlia.
Oh, all right. Who's the one who's up with the Black Dahlia then? I know one serial killers.
There's a go. Mags has just made a good point. Another good one's Shipman.
Shipman, yeah.
Harold Shipman. I'm actually just up the road from where his surgery was. Well, where he lived with his wife. His wife was called Rose as well, I believe. I'm just that's it. Seriously, his house, his bungalow where they used to live, is just on the other side of the hill from where my street is, and the surgery where he practiced at is just down the road. Shipman. Yeah, he was a bit of a bad juju, wasn't he? But yeah, Ted Bundy, John Wayne Gacy, people like that.
I think me and Rose was going to do one on that John Bennett.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah. We were going to do one on that one. I don't know whether we did or not.
Well, it'll be in your video on it still.
Nah, some right to rename.
Oh, right. I wondered what had gone on there because I've looked for things in the past.
Yeah, right. We named some. Like, there's another one which I think we're going to do with that Kevin Ray Underwood.
I'll have to admit a few of these. Obviously, I'm going to have to do some reading up myself if you choose to go down that.
Yeah, we won't be doing so much reading. We'll be fucking watching videos after videos.
That's the problem, though, isn't it? You know what I mean?
If it's on Netflix or something, yeah, and there's like 2 or 3 series under like if you've got like a season, like with the Cecil Hotel, for instance, yeah. With that, you got like 4 episodes, and I did watch 4 episodes, like kind of thing. So if there's like a season on like Ted Bundy or BTK or someone like that where you got 4 episodes, and I sit and watch the 4 episodes because it does give you a lot of in-depth at the murderer himself, and it gives like names of victims as well, but it doesn't give you all the names of the victims.
Do you not fancy doing like the Hillside Stranglers?
Yeah, I won't mind doing that one.
The Hillside Stranglers. That's that. They were two cousins, weren't they? That Bianchi and Buono, I think they were called. Yeah, Kenneth Bianchi and Summit Bono. Oh, I don't know. I forget. I should know this. Angelo Bono, maybe. Two cousins. Yeah, the Hillside Stranglers. They were sort of like mainly the late 70s, mid to late 70s, I believe.
You just have to let me know what one you want to do, and I'll have to start researching it. It'll probably take me a couple of weeks to go through a lot of videos, but there ain't no rush for them, is there, really?
Nah. I mean, if you get a bit of a list of them, like I say, maybe do one on air, do one on mine, whatever. And that,
Well, the next one's got to be on your one.
Well, I've got on Saturday, I've actually got a paranormal group from the States which want to come on and have a chat with me. So I'm going to ask them a few questions and stuff like that. So it's sort of like helps get their name out a little bit. Next Wednesday, I'm sort of being highlighted on somebody else's channel in the States where they're showing some of my stuff and probably ask me a few questions. And I don't know. It's just, I don't know. Could be okay. But I don't know. It depends on how often you want to do it.
Once a fortnight, be all right. Start off with, because it's going to take us a little while to research. Well, you might not have to research. You know a lot more than I do, but for me, it's going to take a fortnight just to get the, like their bare part of information about it. Know who it is, why he done it, who he done it to.
Yes. It is. It's Kenneth Bianchi and Angelo Bono. There you go. I don't always. I might not be there straight away, but I get there in the end. There's a lot. There's so many, isn't there? Oh, here we go. You could do things on people who were hung or killed, but really didn't. Is it? Yeah, they go like Derek Bentley. Look at all sides of it. Yeah, that was a bad one. That warehouse murders and stuff like that. Funny.
Well, all we got to do is drop me a name down, and I'll start watching some videos and doing a bit of wiki on it, and we can work out on the day we can do it.
Thing is about the Derek Bentley thing is he got done because he allegedly told his mate to hand the gun over to the police, and the guy who actually done the shooting, he was like mentally retarded, got away with it. But then you'll know that, he wouldn't have suggested it. Leslie says nutters. Do you think she means us or the killers, Steve? I'm
a nutter. I don't care about me being a nutter. They've been locked up years if they can go. But yeah, if you let me know what one we can do first off, then I'll do some research on it and we can do it in 2 or 3 weeks' time or something. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have to rush doing it. We can form a plan of action or something. How about the Green River Killer first? I don't see why not. That's as good as any, isn't it? The Green River Killer first.
Yeah, I'll check up on that one. That's Gary Ridgway, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah,
Gary Anthony Louise Michaela Ridgway. That's the one. Mags, he said, let him have it, and he allegedly meant the gun rather than shoot him. But yeah, he shot him.
Yeah, I've got the confession one up on YouTube, so I might watch that tomorrow. And then I'll start doing a bit more read up on it. Like there's one here, which is a serial killer's documentaries.
It's always nice.
Serial killer, so I can watch that one. That's 47 minutes long. And there's probably a few other ones, which I can probably watch on Netflix or Amazon.
Yeah.
Cheers for coming on, Dave. I'm going to call.
No worries, mate.
Well, it's nearly 1 o'clock. Well, it's about 1 o'clock now anyway. I'm getting tired.
Well, cheers everybody for coming in and all that lot. Appreciated. And cheers, Steve.
To put your link down, Dave, before you go.
Okay, will do. Yeah. Well, I just need to find out who I am. I always lose myself. Here we go. Here we go. I've had God knows how much grief on Twitter, mate. I tell you, I don't know if I'm going to ditch that. It's a load of bollocks.
Yeah.
I'll put it in should anybody want to go. But I appreciate that, Steve.
Yeah. Oh, I've done it earlier. I forgot that.
All right, I'll just quickly drop it and then give it a minute or two, then I'll disappear. case anybody wants it.
Well, not a bad topic tonight. Enjoyed it.
It's been a good one.
You told me more stuff than I don't even fucking know, to be honest with you. And like, I do kind of think like, now it's not down to the paranormal, it's down to the way that people are having shitty lives, on such medication and different kind of illnesses that, contributes to the death. It's not just
sorry, but I'll say that I respect you for saying that, because it's that particular one I've looked at for like 7 years or something. I became aware of it pretty much after it happened. Really, I've looked into it a lot, that particular case, and it's just down to the fact that I've looked into it. A lot of lies are spread about it, but I think it's been a good one tonight. It's been a balanced look at it. We've not sort of given to sensationalism. I think you asked some really good questions, really. I think I enjoyed it. It was a good stream.
Yeah. Well, you're too late, Jamie. We're just logging off now because I'm tired. But yeah, if you watch back, it's only 4 hours long. Well, say 3 hours and 40 minutes. The rest of the 20 minutes we've been talking about other case files we might be doing. But
oh, brilliant! Yeah.
The Green River we might be doing in about 3 weeks, probably.
Yeah, something like that.
Videos. I'll get back to you, Dave, and say, I think I've watched enough. I know it's this and that and whatever. If, as I say, a lot more than I do. You've studied a lot more cases than I do, so it'd be interesting to get your input about it, because then that gives me that little bit that I can learn from you than I've not learned from anyone else. Not that sinking my mind into my little peewee brain.
No, I think you do yourself a disservice. I mean, it's not a competition about who knows what anyway, is it? It's about having a chat about it and having a decent stream. That's all that matters. It doesn't matter who knows what. It's just having a good stream and people enjoying watching it. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Just watch This Is England 86. Is that the next one up from This Is England, where the mods, not the mods, the skinheads or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to do one, Steve, so you can get off. Never mind the people in chat keeping you awake.
Yeah. All right.
See you later, brother. Bye, guys. Thanks, everyone.
Good night. Cheers. All right. Catch you later, guys. I don't know when I'm on next, but I'll probably be on towards the middle of next week, maybe. Going to do some more gaming videos, live stream videos. So if you want to check out my gaming videos, then check on that. I'll be doing some more Call of Duty gaming later in the week, because I'm playing some of the old computer games that I used to play years and years ago. Just done the old Russian front. Now I'm about to hit the British in game. Well, I'm going to be British fighting the Nazis. Probably try to get out and do some stuff on my other channel as well, my outdoors adventures. I'm going to do some bushcrafting as well, maybe in the next week or two. Got to save up and get some batteries first before I go out, because I need batteries for my equipment and my smoke detector. So I explained that the other night, actually, so I ain't going to explain that again. But yeah, I'll probably be on here doing another coffee time chat in the next 2 or 3 days, probably. All right, night, everyone. Take it easy. Have a good weekend. Ciao, ciao. Good night. Don't let the big bug bite. Catch you later. Bye.